welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer, and we are deep in debt. It is, it is to the tune of minus 5,791 pounds. So we're gonna have to deal with this first today. So as a result, I've grabbed the John Deere here. Now, my original plan would normally be to go and set a hired worker on this, but of course we cannot do that because we don't have the money. So we can't hire anybody. We are gonna go head out though, and the best contract on here at the moment, if you haven't guessed, is a weeding contract. You can see here over on field 32, 10,246 pounds for this. And this is pretty much the furthest place that we can get to from our farm. I'm about halfway there at this point. And yeah, I don't think there's anywhere on the map that you don't pass taking any route to this field. You literally have to go right round the whole map to make it up there. This would be a perfect contract to just send a hired worker off to do. It is, as I said, right over the other side of the map. There is just this little farm homestead here. And then we've got the gates here. Now we get to see if these gates will open with a contract. And yes, they will. Fantastic. So we can come on here. And this field should not be too difficult for us to do. We'll just open up our weeder. Down it goes. And I'm hoping that we'll find out fairly quickly if this is a contract that we can complete. And yeah, we're up to 1%, so we are able to complete this contract. That's fantastic. We'll try and clear this off as quickly as possible then, because we want to get to doing work on our own farm today. Done the headlands and the first row of the main body of the field, and we are 25% of the way through. It is 10:30. Time is ticking away really fast. Let's have a quick look and see what other contracts there are kicking about. There's not a lot. There's a rock removal contract, but that doesn't pay very well. Everything is really low paying today, which is going to make it difficult for us to break out of this. I think what we're going to have to do is when we get back to the farm, have a look at the price of our cows. In fact, I might do that once we have turned. So let's turn around, get the next row, catch it, and down and away. Yep, swift turnarounds. And if we have a look at our cows, we are looking at, we need to get their health up. So we need to put a reminder in really every month that we need to make sure, because they've got no food and no water, and that is harming us on their sale price and their reproduction as well. So very much need to be taking better care of our cows than we are at the moment. We should have some feed. I think we've got some feed sitting in the shed, so we'll go and do that when we get back. We'll give them some water when we get back. But that does mean that they're not worth as much as we could really get. Maybe tomorrow they will be. Today, though, we do not have the money coming in from those cows that we need. So I'm going to have to hope that the contracts are better next day. And for now, I think we're going to have to concentrate on getting fertilizer onto our fields because our nitrogen levels are low. You can see here on our farm that nitrogen levels are low on both of our fields. I don't think anything will actually be taken for the grass, but certainly we need to up the nitrogen there. So I've reached the halfway point of this contract, and being out here on this field has really given me time to think and consider where we are, because a big part of our problem is that we're spending 14,000 a month on purchasing equipment or on our monthly cost for equipment for stuff that we're not going to use. And somebody put a comment on my last video on this series, which is basically, why don't you lease the equipment? And quite frankly, at this point, I'm going, why didn't I lease the equipment? For example, let's have a quick look in here. And this is our stuff that's leased. Now, the RK400, that's our seeder. We're paying 5%, and it's costing us $3,500 a month. The same is true with the wood chipper. I could lease the wood chipper and make more money a year than we don't need to be spending this. And yeah, the AS2100 SCS, that is our spreader, and I think I could make a load of money actually with that if we could get some good fertilizer contracts. So maybe not returning that. Basically, I need to get rid of stuff that isn't going to make us money on a regular basis. Yeah, the roller we're not going to need for a year. The seeder we're not going to need for the year. The bucket costs us a load of money. I think is it that? I don't know if it's that bucket. We are spending a load of money. That wood chipper, we don't need to be spending that money. Yeah, I think we could make, or we could definitely reduce our outgoings. I think we could half our outgoings. And why am I considering this? Well, we've been talking about replacing this tractor for a while, and look what's come up in the shop. We have a New Holland T6 140, would give us more horsepower and would be a cracking tractor for us to have on the farm. It has 28 hours on it, so it's not that bad. I think we want to get this, but our current tractor, the one we're driving right now, is only possibly worth at the top 30,000. So yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to try and pay as much of that tractor off and then HP the rest. It's annoying, and I think we need to clear down how much we're spending, only get what we need to, and then possibly look at replacing this tractor, because the extra horsepower would be really useful. It is going to stretch us, though, to do it. So while I've been working on this field, I have been doing a little bit of research as well, and I think that we can get our finances in order today. As I said, we're spending 14,000 a month on paying for equipment. Now, we can settle up the equipment early, and we can sell stuff and get money back that we've already invested into equipment. And I think that is going to be our best bet. Now, we bought the seeder at full price. I think we should have leased that. So what I'm going to do is sell the seeder. We'll sell the seeder and the power harrow, and we'll get rid of those, and we'll get the money back from those. That will pay us actually a considerable amount of money to do that. I think the same's true with our wood chipper. I think we can settle up with the wood chipper, selling it off, and getting as much money back as we can for that. If we repair this tractor up and sell this as well, I think that will bring us in about 30,000. And then I want to look at settling up on some of our equipment. So looking at our hire purchasing, we would be able to settle up on our big tractor, which costs us, $3,500 a month. We'd be losing the $3,000 a month that costs us. I kind of want to. There's not much I can do about the spreader. The spreader really is a very big expense, and I think we kind of want to get rid of that, but there's not I don't think I can do much about that. Let's just check that that is the spreader that I'm talking about. No, that's the AS2000. So what is the RK? Oh, that's that. Yeah, we really want to get rid of that. That is a massive cost to us every month. So that's what we'll do. We'll head back to the farm. It's just gone 2 o'clock. We will get 10 grand for this. And then I think we'll go and sort out our equipment and start living a bit more inside our means on the farm. Because right now, if we continue on like this, we're never going to be able to afford to get into fish farming or anything else we want to do on this map. Having completed the contract, then let's get out of this field and head back to our farm. Yeah, I think weeding things out and clearing up would be great. So let's come in here. Let's complete this contract. Collect that. Okay. And yeah, we'll head back to the farm and I'm going to start clearing things up. In fact, I think we'll send this back to the farm with the hired worker to save ourselves a little bit of time. So let's go grab our most expensive piece of kit we've got on the farm that is of little to no use to, well, it is of use to us, but it's sitting there costing us a lot of money every month. I think we will try and see if we can get a second-hand one of these. I think that would be very useful to have. So we will do that. Let's see if we can't attach the back of that. There we go. Lift that. And we will just empty out this. There we go. And then we'll lift it all up like so. Right, let's get this down to the shop and get it returned and paid off. So I think we will drop these into this area here and get everything repaired and sold off. So drop that down. Hoping that I can remove this without too much hassle. Yeah, there we go. I'll attach the PTO. Right, that is our first bit. Let's go and get the wood chipper. That is in this shed up here. And we can see the other tractor has stopped because apparently its target is unreachable. And this is something I really want to cover on here. I don't think hired workers can cross the river because it's got to here. And it's supposed to go up to the bridge, but it looks like it's crashed into the barrier. But it's supposed to go up to the bridge here and then be able to, and stop there. That's where I sent it to. I cannot get the hired worker to cross the river. They just will not do it. But if I cross the river for it, I think I should be able to send this to the shop from here. So let's select that, set destination, and we're going to send that to there. Yeah, that has no problem heading there from here. And as we come down the hill, I can see the John Deere pulling into the shop just ahead of us, which is fantastic. I think this should solve all of our money problems. Doing this, paying off what we can pay off, and returning what we can return and making money on them. This should be enough to sort us out. Hopefully just keep the cheaper stuff back at the farm and settle what we can settle as well. If I can buy this New Holland 175 outright, buy the new tractor outright as well, that would be great. So turn this on, get this. We'll drop our weeder off because we do want to keep the weeder. I don't think I'm going to be able to settle up everything today, but we should at least be able to reduce some of our big costs. There we are. That's the weeder off. Yeah, this should do it. I think this will be our biggest. These are our highest cost items other than the spreader. So let's see if getting these all sold can raise us enough money. We want to repaint, repair, and then sell each of these. So we will sell the Arpeggio Jet X first. Followed by the Power Harrow. We'll then also sell, we'll repair. Oh no, we don't want to replace tires. We just want to repaint and repair those. We don't have enough money to do that. And sell that. Yes. Okay. And then finally, the John Deere, we want to repaint and repair that. And that will let us 31,000 as well. So that takes us up to 49,623 off of those. Now, we did do a big repayment as part of all of that as well. If I have a look in here now, yeah, we're down to 8,163. We can pay 22,000 off the 175, but that is going to leave us with a big loss of cash, rather annoyingly. I don't know exactly whether this was worth what we've got to do. Final fees on all of these, yeah, it's not quite got us there. We had 49,459. Yeah, we have enough to get this tractor. I want to get this tractor. We're saving money every month, and we're gonna buy a brand new tractor outright with 140 horsepower. We can't get any more than that, but that should be easily enough. Michelin tires won't add anything on. We're not going to get the wheel weights or anything on. I know what the design differences are. Ah, right. Now, we can't put the beacons on because that will take us up too high. So we're going to leave the beacons off for now. We might add that later. The fenders I don't need. Front loader attacher I don't need. And congratulations to Dennis Wentling. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And we're going to put your name as much as I can on the number plate. So 03 for DENIS. And that is what we're going to put on the number plate. And okay, that. So that is on there and on there. And then we are going to buy this tractor and take ourselves down to just £164. But importantly, we've got the tractor we need. We are going to have to try and do some more contracts and things, I think, in order to get things going. But that is fantastic. So we want to get both these tractors now back up to the farm. The repairs on it are not too bad. Oh, and I think this is going to be a really useful little tractor. Absolutely fantastic. So can we get these two into some sort of convoy? Let's start this up and lift the weeder at the back. There we go. And follow that. Right, we should have enough money to get both these tractors back to the farm. Now, I'm going to put this little tractor straight to work. We need to go and find the water bowser, which I think is around here somewhere. We do have a thing of wool already. And we're going to park the weeder up here and put this tractor away so that that is ready to go. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly how I get myself out of this hole. We are going to be spending less money per month than we were. So we've cut that down considerably. We only need to find another 8,000 in order to get ourselves through to the next month. So that should be fine. And in doing that, that puts us already in a much better position. But very important now that we try and bring things back a bit. I don't know when wool is best to sell, so we will have to check that now that we have some. And as I said, one of the chief things for me right now is to make sure that our cows get back to full health and that we keep them there, because that is the trouble. If we can't keep our Highland cattle at full health, then we're never going to be able to sell them for a price that we want. We know from last time we're going to need 3 full trailers of water, and the best place for me to get them is down by the bridge here. Back this in and see if we can get this around. I'm a little bit too close to the fence, I think. Yeah, we're right up against it. Trying to get that into here. It's gonna be fun. Round we go. Down and in and down there. Oh, that's really steep. It's the least steep place. Let's fill that. There we are. Into the water, get that refilled, and back up to the farm and make sure that we have plenty of water for our cows. Third and final trailer full of water. This will keep them going for a while. We then just need to get 3 bales of grass out here to them. Should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Full with 206 litres of water to spare. I think we might want to try and put a water pump or something in here. That's quite a trip down to the river every time to fill that up. And thankfully, it shouldn't be too long before we get to cut the grass, because there is a bit of a shortage of it in our shed. We've only got a few bales left. I'm hoping that's going to be enough to feed them for a while in there, because I'd really like to make some silage and start bringing in some money on our farm that way, especially now that we have a decent sized grass field to do it with. But we'll have to see how that goes. That should be ready to cut next month, possibly. Let's put this down here, back it off. And then we've got to get these 3 in to the feed area. There. Put 1 in there like that. That should go in. Fill it up. We know that 3 is about right. Job. Wait for it to be consumed. And with it gone, we can then get the second one in. Then the third we'll just leave in there as well. Third and final bale, in it goes. And this should give them about 10,500 litres. And that'll keep them going for a little while. At the same time, our sheep finally are in need of a bale as well. So we'll give them a bale of hay. And that'll keep them good and keep them producing wool, because they seem to be the only thing on the farm at the moment that is working daily to make us money. So we'll get the feed for them in. And then we will see where they are. Yeah, look at them. The sheep are nice and healthy. Once again, we are out of money. I was not expecting us to have run out of money again today. And the only contracts that are actually worth anything, or the contract that is worth the most money at the moment, is down here at field 16. and it is another weeding contract. So I'm going to blast through this as quickly as I can. Let's accept that contract. There is another one which is worth... no, there's a wood transport contract. Yeah, there's another weeding contract. But we need to crack on with this one. Let's get the steering assist on. I don't like the angles on this. So we're going to set this to 90 degrees. Like so. And actually, I think we could go back slightly or over slightly. 95. That's a little bit better. I don't think. It's not much in it, to be honest. Ideally, I would like to do that. Although... Yep, that is steering assist. Okay, let's get the lines on. We'll start in this corner here. And we'll try out our New Holland tractor. Absolutely cracking piece of kit, this. Interestingly, there we go. I hadn't connected up the hoses. That is now done there. Let's get on my first line. Right, and this is going to very much be a case of how quickly can I blast through this field. We've only got 5 hours and 37 minutes, so there's not a huge amount of time. We do need to get some fertilizing done on our own farm, but I need to deal with this money shortage, especially as it's only going to get worse next month. Kind of hoping we might get some cultivating contracts soon, but... middle of the year, I think they're going to be a bit light on the ground. Making some good, quick progress on this contract. We are about halfway through. We've spent about an hour on it. Yeah, we started... No, we set it back up about 2 hours on it. So we're looking at finishing around about lunchtime, which is perfect. Once again, this has given me time to think about the state of our farm and how we can move forwards. And there was a mod released, which I think would be a realistic way of adding more to the farm without spending really any money. And that would be to install the 5G mod. So there's a 5G tower mod. It is a generator mod. It generates money. It doesn't cost anything, doesn't cost any upkeep. And I say this is realistic because in real life, that's how it works. You rent out a piece of land to the telecoms company, and they pay you money for having that 5G tower on your property. So my thought is place one of those. I think that would be fair. I think placing more than one would be cheating, but I think placing one would be a good way to get some regular income to the farm without being overly cheaty. And it also fits in with what we're doing around here because our farm is nicely up on the hill. It would be a great place to have a 5G tower for Kinlaig. And and I can absolutely see a telecoms company wanting to place something there. Let me know though down in the comments what you think. Do you think that would be a good way for us to go on this series? And maybe in the next month, if you guys think that is a good way to go, we might get one installed and hopefully bring a little bit more stability to the farm. I think this will be the last row that we have. We're at 99%. In fact, there we go. Contract is done. I'm going to run through this last row here, though. And then we're going to head back up to the farm. We've done it by 20 past 11. So we've made really good progress today. Not dawdled or hung around on this too much. Let's lift that up. Right. So I'm going to head back up to the farm. We will get our money cleared and then we'll go from there. In fact, I'm going to do this before we head back Because there's a weeding contract. Oh, the weeding contract is right by our farm, but it's not worth too much. So let's get that. Bale wrapping contract would be perfect. Right, let's complete this, though. Collect that. That gets us back out of trouble. And in fact, I wonder if that bale wrapping contract would allow us to maybe look at getting a piece of equipment that would mean we can make a load of money off silage bales as well. As that is the one piece of kit we are definitely in search of. I'm just going to pop into the shop on my way. We have got a little bit of time here to get back. There we go. Right, let's pop out and have a look and see what we got. Yeah, there's a few interesting things in the shop today. There's an M8 series for half price, which would be a lot of horsepower for us. There's an Outlander, actually, which would be cheaper than the current car we have. But what I want to have a look at is a bale wrapper. And there's a few options here. 16,000 for that. To lease that, we could put this on a 3-point. So 3-point or front loader. That would cost us to lease it 867. And the contract would be 495. But it's up on field 31. I don't know. I think that's quite a good investment for that. But I'm not sure it's what I need to do today. We do need a bale wrapper. And we do need to get a hold of one. For now, I think we'll head back to the farm. And we'll get that fertilizer on our field. And I'll have a think about it while we're doing that. We've got the time, so there's 27 hours on that contract. I could go and wrap bales later in the day, but we do need to get the stuff done on our farm. It would be very useful to have that money, though. But let's drop our weeder off here by the roller. That's nicely in place here. Doesn't need to be in a shed. If I needed to be in a shed, we could always put one down here. I'm wondering how much this building is worth. Let's see, because this is covered 68,000. Wow. An old machinery shed or something like that we could have around here. That would save us a huge amount of cash. Yeah, something like that in its place, where we can store stuff underneath, which is 27,000. That would give us a lot of money. A lot of money. I mean, the other shed that we've got over the other way, that's a bit big. But yeah, there are definitely options here. I mean, 60,000, okay, we wouldn't save a lot. But that would be a replacement of a similar sized shed. Yeah, there are definite options to improve that. That's getting more and more expensive at this point. I would want to put something in that isn't going to cost us a huge amount of money. And just a one-side open shed like this. Actually, for 3,500 would go in that space really nicely. And that would allow me to get the bale wrapper as well. I think that is a definite way to go. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Oh, we've got the bales in here. We're going to have to move those bales. Let's go and do the spreading for... In fact, no, we'll do this while it's raining. Let's get the combine out then. We'll do this while it's raining. And then we can go and rearrange things afterwards. So we'll park the combine up by the side of the house. Like that. Then I'm going to have to go and grab my a wheel loader here. Start that up. Lift. And where am I going to put these bales? I think we might be able to put these. They've got some storage around the far side where I can go and put these. But this basically here, this is a silage clamp. So what I'm going to do is we're going to sell this silage clamp to buy a wrapper. And we should be able to get a decent wrapper for the amount of money we'll have with this silage clamp. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll get this sold. We're gonna put these bales over here in this lean-to. They'll be out of the rain and nicely sorted and stored. And then we'll put that shed in. 3,500 is a very nice price for that shed. Put that in there and we will be sitting fairly pretty. We may have to extend or move the walls. We'll see what happens. We'll see how things work out. But I think, yeah, this will be a good way to do things and keep us working and sort us out at least until harvest comes along. Last stack of 3 bales, and then this shed is empty. I can't believe this building is worth as much as it is. I did toy with the idea of getting rid of this building, getting rid of the barn that we're not using at the far end, and buying the fish, the fish breeding area, because we can make money from fish breeding really easily, and it really irks me that I've not got that started yet. We only have 3,283 in the bank though. I think if we can turn things around a little bit, start getting some money in from silage, we'll be able to get the fish breeding a lot quicker. But yeah, we're not gonna do that right now. I do want to get that done soon though, and I think the key to that is going to be sorting this out today. Okay, so what else have we got? So as I said, we've got this building here to sell. We've got this building here to sell. I think I might get rid of both of them just to give us some money in the pot. That will last us a few months. So let's sell this one. Covered bunker silo. Sell that. Yes. 68,000 does give us a bit of a hole here with our wall. And then we're going to sell this as well, seeing as we are here. 23,337. Yes. Okay. That takes us up to just shy of the money that we would need to do the cows. Also, it's got rid of all of the junk in the yard as well, which is really interesting. So I'm quite happy with that. So this shed here that is open on one side, I kind of want to put this way round, so that we've got a decent amount of space. I don't know what object that's overlapping with. I have a feeling that might be those stones. So we'll push that back a little bit. And this will give us some more covered storage space. What is that long one there? Oh, wow. That is huge. For 5,000. And then we got, yeah, things like that. I don't think the rest of this is anything that I want to do. I think that one there is going to be my best bet. So, yeah, let's do that. And then I'm going to alter the wall a little bit to get that as close as I can. Like so. There we go. And then we want to get the wall in as well. So fences, I don't know which wall that is, but I'm hoping it's this one. Let's see, is that the same wall? It's not. No, that's not the same wall. That one maybe. Yeah, that is connecting to that. And it actually goes out a little bit at an angle there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to escape that. We're going to take this wall. Yeah. And take that up to about there. And there. Right. There we go. So not that straight a wall in the corner, but we now have a nice big shed here that we can put stuff in. And this area is then cordoned off. And then off the back here, we've got more space to play with, which is perfect. So I'm going to get my combine put away now that we've got a new shed for it. And we might be able to put some other bits away as well. I've shunted things around the yard a little bit. We've got the budding trailer going in this shed along with the combine. So that stuff can sit in there rather nicely. Like that. And now with the rain just stopping at this point, and yeah, just dying down, we can go and switch tractors and get some clearing done. Get some fertilizing done. Sorry, we do need the bigger tractor for this, but that'll be perfect. There we go. Let's switch over into our TM175 and go and spread some fertilizer on our field. Our bank balance is looking so much healthier now, but I do want to go and grab myself that wrapper, and maybe we can get ourselves into an even better position going into next month. Just really depends on how much time we have left today. There is one problem I have. This had no fertilizer in it. It only had lime, so I've got to go and refill it. Now, if I'm filling this up, I think that a wrapper is probably not going to be on the cards. It's going to cost us 18,000. We could probably, both of those are really short on time. I think we'll probably end up filling this up and then looking to see if we can get some spreading going in the near future, because solid fertilizer is expensive. And I can see this costing us 18,000 to fill this. So I'm not going to do that. It's cost us 11,000 to put in what I've put in. This should be enough to do our field, though, given the size of our field compared to other fields that are contract ones. So, yeah, if we can do our own field and then see where we go from there, that would be great. I very much like to get as much of the cost of this fertilizer back as I possibly can. Okay, off the road into our field. I don't think that's going to destroy the crop. No, it's not. Perfect. So let's... This is not going to take many passes. Wow. Okay. So, first one. Yep. And away we go. This should go... Wow, we have next to no nitrogen on here, so this is going to take a lot to do the job, but I think we're still going to have some left over at the end. We've used 10% and I've just finished the headlands, so it's going quite far. We've got a good coverage with this. This is going to make our field absolutely perfect as far as the nitrogen goes. We've got no weeds on here either, which is great. So the weeding that we did straight after planting seems to have worked, which is great news. Yeah, basically our field of oats here is in really good condition, so this should have a decent yield off it this year, which is going to make, well, that's going to be fantastic for us. We really need to get some money in off this if we're going to progress. And that is it done. We are left with 40%. So if I can possibly make money off this fertilizer, that would be great. Otherwise, we're looking at getting a wrapper. And a wrapper, ideally, I'd like to get the goel. Although I may go look for some and see what we can find. That one we could do, but it's going to be a bit slower. That might do for what we're doing on the farm, to be honest. That's not holding a huge amount of wrap, but that would probably do pretty well. And yeah, support roller on the back. So I'm very tempted actually to go pick one of those up. First, I'm going to have a look at what we can do. So there's not really enough time to do either of those fertilizing contracts, as annoying as that is. There is a good weeding contract over on 26. Whether we could get that finished today, I don't know. We might send the weeder over there, actually, to get that done. Everything else, yeah, and the bale wrapping pays pretty well. I think we're going to send our weeder over there to get that done. It may not be finished today, but that is nearly 5,000 that would get finished for tomorrow. And yeah, that would help offset the cost quite considerably on that. This can go back in this shed here for now, though. We may pick up a fertilizing contract next time. Not going to be a huge amount to do on our farm in May, other than actually cutting the grass and making some silage bales. So we will drop that off there. And yeah, I think I'm going to take my T6 out and we will go and get started on that weeding contract. I really love this little T6. It's been a fantastic tractor for us to get on the farm. It is doing the jobs that we need it to really well. It's got a little bit more horsepower than the John Deere, and as a purchase goes, I'm really happy with it. It's also a really nice place to be, so from that point of view, it's been perfect. I'm not going to stay here, though, and go through the whole of this field. We will leave it here for today. Don't forget to let us know in the comments, though. Do you think that we should grab a 5G mask and get a bit of income that way? As I said earlier, I think it's quite realistic way to do things. We need to try and extract our mower from in this shed. And go and cut our grass field. Now, it hasn't fully grown. It's grown enough to cut, but it's not going to give us a massive output. I'm going to move the baler out of the way first. But yeah, so it's not grown enough for us to really get a full cut off it. But if we want to get 3 cuts off it this year, then we are going to have to cut it in May, in August, and in October. Hang on, no, May, July, and October. So we need to get this hooked up. No, May, August, and November. Sorry. Yeah, this is. I'm gonna have to go and pull this round by hand, and then we'll be able to hook up to it. Pull that round. Come on. There we go. Oh, try to pull this on the dirt. That's got it. Now that should be in a position I can hook it up and then do the yeah, do everything up like that, and then if we fold it, that should get out of the way. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to go and get the grass cut, and that should allow us to get the 3 cuts at basically 3-month intervals, which will give us enough time to get them to get it to regrow. As beside that, we probably want to go and try and do a contract. I think we've got a contract we could do today. for more mowing. So doing more mowing and doing more and get more money in that way. I'm gonna put my GPS on here. It's a really good field. So steering assist, okay. That should be about right. Right out on the edge one here. There we go. Oh no, we don't want this one. Yeah, we do want this one here. Right, so there. And then we'll be in a position where we can go and get all of this done, get some money in, and hopefully keep things going. Now that we've got some money in the bank after our stuff with our sheds last time, we really want to keep this going and try and keep our money up. So we'll probably try and get the second one on here going with a hired worker, and maybe try and get this baled up with our other tractor. I can't remember how many bales we got off this field last time, but it was a decent number of them. Looking at the field is producing well. I don't know if we're at what our yield is here, but it's not small. We're definitely gonna have a decent size yield off this field. We've got a very strong green in the areas where it is where it is loam. We know there's a big section of this field which is loamy ground, which is fantastic. And so I am was expecting a decent yield off that. We seem to be getting that yield. As I said, though, we are cutting a month early on this. So I'm thinking that this might still be a little bit lower. But we'll see what happens. It could turn out to be really strong. Now, I did the outer row first, and then the second row in first, and then so that I wasn't driving over the better grass, came on the then did the outside. So I was driving on the outer stuff first, and that seems to work really well. We've got our third headland now, and once we get this cut, we can start cutting into the field. It is 9:20, so making good progress on this field, and we'll see where we are. And as I said, we'll probably go and send this tractor doing a mowing contract, getting us some money in there, while we get the other tractor out and we go and get this all baled up. Now, to do the rest of this field, I'm going to divide it up into two halves. We're going to take the longest bit here. This does mean I'm going to drive over some of the grass. Not the end of the world, but yeah, don't normally like doing this. And then we can open things up, and we can then do the two halves of the field at roughly the same rate. We can go up and round and back, and that'll work out pretty well for us. Yeah, that is looking good. So it's just a case of going round now until the field's done. And this is promising. This is a really good yield we're getting off the majority of this field. Just about finished the top end of the field. This is going fairly smoothly. Trying to line myself up. And yeah, away we go. So decent amount off the top end of the field here. Fairly deep green across most of it, which is really good. We'll have a look at that in a minute. I think we've probably got a yield of around about 110 to 115% on that section of the field, which is a decent size. I was not expecting that much, to be honest. I thought we'd get closer to sort of a 100% yield. It may be that that's still the case and I've misread that, but it does seem to be going fairly strong. Now, this bit of the field, the one bit we have got is we're going to have to drive a long way to get to the next road. So there's quite a bit driving around. on here. But yeah, quite a bit of driving around because we've got to go all the way up here. Top half of the field worked really well. The bottom half here, not so much. I left a tree in this field, and it is a little bit of a pain to get around, but we're going to cut around it this time with this row. We are coming at it from up here, and you can see that if I went round it with this or following this line, I'm not going to get anywhere. So as I've already cut, I'm going to do that, just connect that, back up a little bit, and then just try and go around the tree. Now the way the mower works, the delayed turn around it, I have to be careful to try and get it in there. It's also just off the back quarter, that, where it's quite hard to see. Yeah, we've left a fair amount around it. Not much I can do about that, I don't think. It's not the easiest thing to see, interestingly. So yeah, getting around that wasn't the easiest, but we are back on track. Down with that, line ourselves back up, and away we go. Maybe I'll get it on the way back. Final row. I did manage to get round and trim fairly close around the tree. Really had to get in there and do that, and then circle around the tree a bit. But it is 11:30, and it looks like we got this field done. So getting this baled up today should be fairly easy, and if we're lucky, we'll get a little bit of extra money in and be able to pay for a bale wrapper that will then start bringing us some cash in, which would be great news. I think, though, field 3 is available for contract. So we'll bring this in here. Stop there, because I don't want to hit the tractor with the gates. And yeah, 3 is ready. Is 3 a mowing contract? Yeah, 3 is a mowing contract, and it's 4,361. So we'll accept that. Yes. Okay. So let's open this gate. Bring this in. And then we will bring that up. Switch that to AI. Okay. And away it goes. And with any luck, that will do a grand job on that. And we can go and get the baling done. I've not put the net carrier on the front of this because I don't think we need it. We should be all right. Baler is on. Drop that down. And away we go. Yeah, we've just got the front weight on. This tractor is a little bit of overkill for this, but to be perfectly honest, having 2 tractors on the farm, we are going to get some overlap. We are going to be running the larger tractor doing a job while the other tractor is off. So yeah, I've no issue with that. This is all running fairly nicely at the moment, and we should end up with a few bales. Oh, well, before we drop our first bale off, let's bring this up. Our bale counter is reset. In fact, I remember now, I reset it after our last time of baling, so we'll be able to tell exactly how many bales we get off this field really easily today. Something I missed about that contract is it had about an hour left to go on it when we started it. I don't think there's enough time for our tractor to complete that contract. I think it's going to end up failing because we've got less than 40 minutes left and we're only 14% into it. That's really annoying. Is one of the nice things about the more realistic contracts we're running on here is that they have more realistic timings available for them. So if you're taking on a giant root crop contract, you have plenty of time to get that root crop contract done. If you're doing a quick mowing contract, quite often you'll find that you don't have enough time to do it. And yeah, I think that's where we're going to end up here. 15% of the way through with just over half an hour left. Fully expecting that to fail. We ran out of time on the contract. That is very annoying. I need to go and get that tractor then and get that back. Maybe set it on something else. Is it still running? No, it's not still doing that. So we'll bring that off, fold it up. It did a fair amount, but not enough. Okay. So unfortunate that that expired, so we will collect that. Okay. We also completed the weeding contract from last time though, so we do have 4,199 to collect from that, and we'll have a look and see if there's anything we can do. Is there a mowing contract that's come up? There isn't. There's a weeding contract that's got plenty of time on it. There's also a massive fertilizing contract. I think we might try and take that on later today and make some money back from the remaining fertilizer we got kicking around the farm. In the meantime, let's go put the weeder on this and send this off up to that field there, or at least get it as close as we can. And yeah, go and see if we can get that or this making a bit more money for us. So our weeder is off to field 10. He's weaving down that road a little bit. Not quite sure why, but we are going to get the rest of these field or this grass baled up, and that should cover us today. If we're lucky, we might get a wrapper next time and be able to come and sort this field out. It may be that I go and lease a wrapper this time. We get everything wrapped, we make some money off this, and then next time what we can do, or the next time what we can do, is get ourselves a actually buy ourselves a wrapper. Or maybe one will come up second hand, and we'll be able to sort that that way. Weeder is down at field 10, so we can open up these gates and get this started on here. 19 hours this still has for this, but it'll get it done in way less than that. So we will let that get started. And we are about halfway through this field, so yeah, doing well. At about the halfway point, we have, don't know how many bales at this point. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. 9 bales. So we're only going to get about a dozen bales off here, I think, by the looks of this. But that's a decent number, and with what we've got here, that should also end up being a decent payday for us as well. And the grass under the tree here is a little bit messy. We're going to see what we can pick up just by going around the tree. I'm not expecting it to be... I'm not expecting it to pick up everything. Would be nice if it had, but yeah, it's a little bit messy under there, so it's not great rows. No, we might have got most, if not all, of what's under there up. Can't see from here though, especially with the back of that coming up. It might be a little bit left under there. I don't think it's going to make a massive difference one way or the other. Looking fairly clear actually under the tree. I'm quite happy with that. Grass is a little bit different under there because of how we seeded the field, so even that follows really how we cut it. That is bale number 12. Wow. Okay, we're going to get more than a dozen bales off here. I thought that it wasn't be quite that many. We might get as many as 16 if we're lucky then. Well, 16 bales was a little bit ambitious, but we are going to make it to 14 bales at the very least, which is great news. With a little bit left over, I might take the leftover bale before we go and wrap these and just feed that to the cows, get the cows topped up with it. because yeah, we don't really have a need for such a small bale as we're going to have off here. So we'll go and dump that in front of the cows, and then we can go and bring the wheel loader up and feed them in a bit. We want to keep the cows fed. We want to check on them today, actually, while we've got the time. There we go. That, though, is this field finished. And yeah, it's 500 litres of, or nearly 600 litres of bale. But we can give this grass to the cows. They tend to get through it a lot quicker than our sheep do. So bring this here. And we will unload that there. There we go. Close that. Right, we can go and put this back. And look, our oats are looking absolutely fantastic. I do just want to check that these don't need any additional fertilizer. No, pH value is perfect. Nitrogen is perfect. Expected yield is 76%. Although yield potential is 100 up here. Yeah, this field, I'm not sure is the greatest quality. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, the loamy bit is there. Whereas our grass field there has just a massive swath of loam through it. It kind of makes me wonder if moving the cows from there and making that a field as well. Where would I move the cows to? We'd have to move the cows up here, which is maybe not the worst decision in the world. Give ourselves a third field out here. Move the cows in, and maybe build them a new, somewhere new. Speaking of which, while we're here, how are our sheep and our cows doing? So sheep are doing good. We're looking at getting some. We've just had 3 lambs born. We had 4 months ago, 5 9 months ago, and looks like we're about to get 4 more, which is fantastic. Wool wise, we're nearly up to another full full pallet's worth. So that's brilliant. Yeah. Our sheep are doing great. Our cows, which was the whole reason I came in here, it does seem like 36 months, the health is good. What's the water level like? The water level's good. We need to keep this food up. We are about to have another set hit puberty. Reproduction is still low on our 5 eldest. So yeah. The brakes on this tractor are awful, but that's great. We should end up then with some very sellable cows in a few months. I just wish that we could get some calves off them before that happens, though. So to keep our cows going, I'm just going to go and grab a bale off the top here so we can top them up with that, and then we'll be able to also go and grab the bale that we've got down there already. Yeah, just keeping our cows going, trying to make as much money from them. And oh Lord, I've just seen what's on the forecast. Overnight tonight and into tomorrow. Yeah, overnight tonight, we've got a hurricane coming. This could be disastrous. We'll have to see where it lands. I'm really hoping it's going to avoid our farm, but we'll see what happens. 1 bale is in and filling up. There we go. And then the second bale, get that in as well. There we are. Right. Yep. There we go. Hopefully this will all be good and we'll be all safe. We've got bales out on the field, though. If that does touch down anywhere near our farm, it could be utterly disastrous. There's not much I can do, though. And next time, so long as we don't have too much damage, what we might be able to do is get some bales wrapped ready to be making a bit more cash. For today, though, we're all done. The contract will be done in a moment, and we'll get that back here once that's finished. But yeah, fingers crossed the tornado won't hit overnight. I'm in the T6 today because we've got to head down to the shop and grab ourselves a bale wrapper. We're very lucky. The tornado that hit overnight last night, that kept it went quite away from us. In fact, I think if we do a small detour down here, we might be able to see the damage it caused. It came down in this field just over here, and it's quite possible that we might see some of the fallout from it. Can't see anything in the field at the moment. Oh, but hang on, here on the left, on the right, sorry, yeah, we can see where it came. So the crop in the field is fairly untouched, but it headed right through here. So plenty of damage there. Looks like the crop itself, let's see if we can get an aerial view. The crop itself is fine, but it went up through those trees there and took out several trees. What crop is that didn't get damaged then? We seem to have a crop very resistant to this. And this is, oh, green beans. So green beans, it seems, fairly resistant to tornadoes. That's really good to know. So we're not out of the woods yet, though, with the tornadoes. For the first time ever, we have 2 tornadoes back to back, which is a little bit weird. We had, so the tornado hit around about 10, 11 o'clock last night. You might have seen it in the end screen of the last video, and swept through overnight. Tonight, we've got a similar problem. Coming in at 4 o'clock, this was originally going to hit at 8 o'clock, but 4 o'clock, we have another tornado coming in until late in the evening. I have not seen that on any series or any playthrough so far, and that's a little bit mad, to be honest. Right, we are going to lease this today. We've only got to wrap a few bales. When we get to the point where we have some decent income, I think that we will get one of these for ourselves. Our wrapper design, do I want it? No, we don't want it with the end-on turner. We will go with the Trelleborg wheels. And I'm going to get some green bales, I think. I think that will be a good way to go. And congratulations to AK in the Hay. You have been selected at random from the Tractor and Above patrons and YouTube channel members. And so, I've got AK into Hay. Fits on the number plate for this for today. So, okay, that. And yeah, we can see that on there. So let's lease this for the day. Yes. Okay. And now we can go and hook that up and get doing the wrapping on that. We probably want to get these in. We covered this at the end of the last episode. We don't really want to leave any of our bales out on the field while a hurricane is going. Oh, sorry, I called it a hurricane last time. Of course, it's not that. We don't get hurricanes in the UK. Tornadoes and twisters we do. So, yeah, it is a twister that we have going through, a tornado. And so, yeah, we want to avoid that. Again, I'm hoping it leaves my oats alone because I really need as much of those as we can. We have got some hail coming in, and the hail is almost guaranteed to damage the oats, unfortunately. But if that tornado sweeps through our oats this evening, then we are gonna be in big trouble. So the next job I want to do after I have wrapped these bales, in fact, we might try and get these bales off here and into the yard, because if I can do that, that would be really good. So Pick that up, and away we go. So yeah, if I go and drop these up in the yard with each one, that will make things easier on us, and we'll have a much easier time of sort of getting everything put away. So we'll just stick these up here on this scrubland, drop that off, and that will work really well for us. We are still trying to save up for a fish breeding farm. If we can get there, that would be good. And the overwhelming thing in the comments after last week's videos were that we should get a 5G tower. So we're looking at adding one of those today. That will give us a good income, keep our head above water very nicely. So I just need to work out exactly where we're going to place that. We've got quite a bit of land available up here, so I want to put it somewhere that is a little bit out of the way, but at the same time is going to work well for us. And once we've cleared all of these off here as well, we need to go and get this all weeded. Now, the reason why I weed the grass fields is not because it actually does anything for us on the grass itself, but it does improve the environmental score on that land. So we're trying to max out our environmental score as much as possible, and that means that we're just able to get that all, get the maximum off our crops that we can. So yeah, we will go and throw a weeder over this. The grass is nice and low. It will grow back fully at the end of it, and we will be in a very good situation when we come to cut again in a couple of months. As I said, I was very surprised with what we got off this field. Our yield was pretty high off here last time. So if we can increase that and get even more silage bales, that is only going to be a positive for us, and is really what we want to achieve on the farm. Silage is something that is going to be a nice little extra income for us on here, and will help boost us going into our second year, and mean that we're able to make the most money we can. Getting close to finishing all the bales off. We got one more after this one. Put that on top there. These should be all right at the top here. Getting these all wrapped is what I really needed to do. And having got them all wrapped, we should be okay. Now, what I'd like to go and see is if there is a bale wrapping contract at all. If there is, we could go and use this and get that done as well. It is only 10:30 in the morning, so we can take that over there and get that done. And bale wrapping contracts tend to be fairly well paying, which is why I'm very interested in doing one. So let's just or back this up here like that, and we'll just have a look. Fertilizing, hoeing, spraying, no, unfortunately. There's a couple of cultivating contracts, some fertilizing contracts, and nothing for this. What is the best paying contract at the moment? We've got a large paying fertilizing contract, and that's about the only one we can do. That would not be a bad one to pick up, though. And I wonder how much fertilizer we've still got. Because if we've got a fair amount of fertilizer, that would work well for us. Now, how much fertilizer we got in this? We've got nearly 4,000 liters of solid fertilizer. That might be enough. It's a fairly big field, but it's only 7,000. Yeah, I think 4,000 liters of fertilizer might be enough. If we look at the cost of fertilizer, 4,000 liters of fertilizer is nearly 8,000. So yeah, there's enough in that. So I think first thing we're going to do is we're going to get this returned. Do I have a... I don't think I have a... anything to wash stuff with. So let's see if we can pick up a pressure washer quickly. Useful to have a pressure washer around the farm. I think we could put one outside of here. So looking in our tools, yeah, we've got a pressure washer there. I think that is the one I will go with. So the style, we will put that outside here somewhere. I don't think we need to worry about particular placement, so that can go there. 1,000. I kind of wonder if that is going to give me enough. And this tractor needs a good wash as well. So many people always asking me to wash my equipment. Well, here I go, because I've kind of been forced to by the fact that returning equipment here that will that's washed gets us more money. In fact, that didn't need washing at all. So we're just going to wash the tractor, get our T6 back nice and sparkly. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll return this. So looking at our leased items. Oh, we've still got that. We don't need that. That can be returned as well. So we'll return that, and we will return that too. Yes. Okay. So we got a little bit of money back. We're back on top. Right, we want to get the weeder with this, but before I get the weeder going with this, we want to go and get the spreader going up on that field at the top. And yeah, there should be more than enough to make a decent bit of cash with that. This is quite a big load that this is pulling up here, and it's been struggling to get up here, but we're not far away. I think up here would be a really nice area to build a farmyard. There's plenty of space up here to do it. There's a nice house up here, which one of our helpers is at, one of the NPCs is at. There's also a barn up here that you could build a farm around, actually. In field 33 here, you could build a nice yard around that and expand things out a little bit. So maybe we'll try that at some point. I'm always looking for places where I could build farmyards and maps I could do it on. I want to do more of my farm build series. And yeah, up here might be quite a nice place. Someone suggested I build something near the castle, which I think would be quite cool. We're not too far from the castle here, but I think that there's other places around here we could look at doing that. Right, now we can let the TM175 loose on here, and that will get spreading, and we can get back to sorting out our grass. Okay, so let's unfold the weeder. The other advantage of weeding the field is that it gets all of the grass down to the same level. Yeah, we can go with that. I need to sort this area here out. That around that tree is not good the way it's shaped. Right, let's go steering assist. Okay. Set ourselves on our first bit. Drop down our weeder. If we look out the back, yeah, that is looking fantastic. It is not taking the grass down at all, which is brilliant, but it is going to mean that our environmental score keeps nice and high on the farm. Actually, thinking about it, one of the comments I got on my last video was that the meadow has been fixed on this map with the last update. So let's just have a quick look at that. And oh, I've got a weeding contract we completed that I haven't collected yet. We'll have to collect that. But if we have a look here, yeah, the meadow. So we don't have to worry about feeding the cows at the moment because the cows are eating the meadow, which is fantastic. That will keep them going for a while. How are they for water? They're good for water at the moment. So yeah, the cows are kind of looking after themselves at the moment, which is great news. I'm not sure this weeder is having any effect on this grass. Let's just have a quick look around here. Because it hasn't taken any of the uncut grass down to a lower level. We got 57% environmental score. The bigger problem, actually, more than anything else, is nitrogen. And that's a little bit concerning. We're at 76 for 49. And 49 is all of the area. Want to have a look? Let's have a look at what 49 covers. So 49, actually, I think we're all right for wheat. I think it's actually okay. If we go into the soil types and have a look, that is showing, yeah, again, nitrogen, I think, is our biggest problem. Tillage and nitrogen is what is our biggest problem on here. 57, I am slightly worried about the nitrogen levels there. Yeah, nitrogen level here is bad. Nitrogen level here, it's not overly happy about. So I think we need to have a look at that. That should be okay. That should be absolutely fine. Yeah, nitrogen levels, pH levels are good. So I don't think it's caught up yet. I think that last month's was has not caught up. As I said, I am not 100% sure that we are having any effect with this, though, because none of the grass I'm actually going over is getting affected. It's a tough one. We are good for weeds, I think, on here. Our weed level, which is weed control, is the third one, and it's kind of difficult to see under the combine, but weed control is good. I don't think we need to do this, and I'm not going to waste the fuel doing it. I think we would be much better off. We'll go give this a wash because this is dirty. But I think we'd be much better off spending our time earning money elsewhere, to be honest. So let's grab that. And I think we could probably send this to do a weeding contract as well. That would be very good and very helpful. What are we dirt-wise on this? I think that's clean. I think we cleaned it. Perfect. It's exactly what we need. So let's collect this completed weeding contract and let's go and have a look at what there is. If there's a hoeing, couple of hoeing contracts, but we don't have a hoe. There is a single weeding contract over on field 18. So how much time have we got? We've got about 3 hours before we're expecting the hurricane to hit. So yeah, I think we're going to go and try and earn a little bit of money weeding with this. How long's on that contract? Because that would be the worst thing. 27 hours. I'm going to accept it and we'll go and do it. Wow. The fertilizing contract is finished before I've even got the field 38. Oh, sorry, field 18. So what I'll be able to do is get this started here and then we'll head up the top and get the other tractor back. The hail is coming down now, so that's not going to be fun. And as I said, I'm really hoping that it doesn't do a huge amount of damage to our oats, but we'll have to see what happens. We'll leave that to do this field though, and we will grab this tractor. It did not use a huge amount of the fertilizer. It used less than half. We had 41% used, or we had 41% in this before we started this contract, and now we have just 26. I do want to go down and have a look near the castle, though, on our way back, because, as I said, somebody suggested building a farm up here, and I kind of like the idea. Actually, of going in, creating a few farms on here, and maybe doing multiplayer. So building a few farms and saying, right, I've built 3, 4, 5 farms on here. Which do you want? Let's do some multiplayer on this map, which I think would be quite cool. But it is finding somewhere where people could have themselves a farm set up. There's a lookout point up here. Well, that could potentially be a farmyard. I don't know if you could own this bit of land. Then we do have what appears to be a building down here as well. That could be a farmyard. Yeah, there's definitely potential around this area to put something like that in. So we'll see. Maybe that is the way to go, because a lot of people have been asking me to do a stream on here. I think there's potentially a few areas we could build a farm, build some farms, and do multiplayer instead. We've made it back to the farm, and the hail is really coming down now. Just checking that my grass field is all fine. Yeah, the rain, the hail is an absolute precursor to this tornado that's going to come in. The weather has turned really horrible, and I'm just worried about where this is going to come down, and really hoping that it doesn't hit our fields, hit our oat field. So let's get this backed up and get this in, and then we'll be able to unload. Actually, we're not going to unload this. We still can do fertilizer contracts. We know that we have quite a large amount of fertilizer, a large amount of money we can make off this fertilizer. So that's really useful. I would put fertilizer on the grass, or try and put fertilizer on the grass, but this is not really the weather for doing that. So let's go put this away. Batten down the hatches and get everything covered that we can cover. And I want to try and get up, although it's in this weather, the 5G tower. We'll get that finished off. With any luck, we'll get the tornado nowhere near our farm, and we can get the money earning from that. So here we are. There's a couple of places I think that would work really well. But the place that's most unexpected is at the back of this shed here. So if we come in and we go to generators, we've got several 5G tower options here. There's that one, which is huge. But that will only bring us in... I think that only brings us in... about 5,000 a month. Let's customize this. Yeah, 5,000 a month, 10,000 a month, 15,000 a month, or 20,000 a month. And I think where we are, that is probably our best bet. So, can we... Oh, yeah. So we can put this at the back of this area here. Like so. And that then is going to bring us in nice little amount of money every month that we can then put towards paying for things on our farm. Very, very pleased to have that in. And thank you everybody who responded and went, yes, putting one of those in isn't cheating. But many farms sort of sell land to do that. So we are going to do that. And that is going to make us much healthier on the farm. And now I need to get in the contract that we completed. So the fertilizing contract is going to give us 7,684. Perfect. And we're just waiting for that weeding contract to complete. There it is, cutting through the edge of town. I'm as close to it as I dare get. But that is rapidly cutting towards the farm. This could be an absolute disaster for us. Contract is complete. So we're gonna head back up to the farm. That storm continues to move in the direction of the farm, which is very, very worrying. I honestly don't know if we're gonna be spared with this. It's really weird weather. We're heading back towards, we've got rain falling. We know that there's a tornado going. It's directly ahead of us. Looks like it's cleared the tree lines now and is making its way across the top of field 4 here. Our trees are not much further. There it is, look, heading across the top of field 4. That is making a direct beeline for our farm, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's a few hours left before that dissipates, but it's absolutely making its way across the top of field 4, across field 3. It's likely gonna go through 51, and the only thing the other side of 51 is our farm. Look, just through the trees here. That is headed in our direction. And there's nothing between, well, there's just a few trees between it and the farm. This tornado is due to last until 10 o'clock this evening. There's another 6 hours to go, and it's currently just beginning to encroach on my land. So you can see here, the very edge of my land is there, and it is about to come into it. It is making a direct beeline across here. That could, by the end of the evening, hit the oats. And if it does, that is going to cause so much damage. 8 in the evening, and the storm has cleared the trees. Look at the damage the other side that twister has done. We are going to have so many trees to cut down this winter that are dead and are just not going to do as well for us as they did last year. I don't think that big old oak tree there is going to survive either. I think we're going to end up with extending this pasture out. I spared that tree. And yeah, it looks like the tornado isn't going to spare it. That, though, is making a beeline straight for the farm. That is only going one direction. And it is straight for our farmyard. The farmyard should survive. The thing I was worried about is the field of oats over there. The oats, I think it's going to miss them. I think it's going to go more to the west of them, and we're going to be okay. This, though, is bad. So bad. I think it might even spare that oak tree. The oak tree is inside, but it's going right beside it. I think we've got away with it. on the oak tree. I think the oak tree is going to be okay. And I think our bales are going to be spared as well. But our farmyard, it's coming straight through here. And there's nothing I can do about it. I think time to head in, batten down the hatches, and we'll see what the aftermath is in the morning. And get inside. It's about to get very windy. It's the morning after the disastrous night before. The tornado came straight through the farm, as you saw. We've actually lost a tree in our yard. This is the damage in our yard. But it continued through, and it has taken out all the trees heading up through that way as well. So massive path of destruction right through our farmyard. I'm pleased to see that our brand new 5G tower survived it. A proper trial by fire for that. But yeah, we are a little bit worse for wear down the other end as well. It looks like this winter we're going to have a lot of destroyed trees to fix. It went straight through our... Are there less bales here? There are less bales. We had more than 6 bales, so we lost bales to it as well. So we lost bales. We've lost... there's an awful lot of trees destroyed. Look at that. All the way back to the town, we've got destroyed trees. This oak tree survived amazingly. That didn't get caught by it. And yeah, so we definitely lost bales. We had way more than 6 bales on that field. So it took out our bales as well. That is not great. But we're going to have to pick up the pieces and move onwards. I'm glad I put the roller in the shed. That was a good move. And our tractors and everything are good as well. So yeah, the twist has been through the farm, but the farm is still standing. And looking at that, it cut a path of destruction through here. Didn't make it as far as 37 by the looks. But the grass field in 35 has been hit hard. Our grass field didn't get touched at all. And neither did either of those fields there. What crops are in those fields? So that looks like onions. No, parsnips. Yeah, parsnips in field 4 and grass in field 3 seems to have been pretty much untouched because neither of them were at full growth stage by the looks of things. And our oats, we got a little bit of damage there, but otherwise we're untouched. I think we got away with this. I think we got very, very lucky, all things considered. Even though that tornado came straight through the farmyard, I think we've done pretty well. So what have we got today? We've got a few contracts. We've got a fertilizing contract, wouldn't you know, up in field 33. There's a harvesting contract, though, for spinach, which we don't have any spinach. There's a mowing contract that's worth fairly well, which is 7 hours, so we could go and do that. We could get ourselves about 8,000 off a couple of contracts today. I don't think there's much to do on our farm. We will check that first. We are pretty good as far as our animals go. We are up to 3,166 with the older cattle, and they are only 20% of the way through reproduction. So I think we are all right with them at the moment. The sheep we're doing really well with. They have been doing great. Feed is fairly good with them, and we've got lots of lambs as well, so that's even better. So with so little to do on our own farm today and trying to get that money for the stuff we're trying to do, I think we're going to get a mowing contract here. Yeah, we'll get the mowing contract here. We'll accept that, and we will go and get this tractor over in place. We'll collect this weeding contract. So that's on 35. Oh, this may not complete. This is right round the corner from our farm, but the twister went right through it. And it's very, very possible that we might not be able to get the full whack off this contract, because as I said, the twister's gone through it and damaged a big chunk of this field. So we'll see if that works out. We'll see if the cut holds. So let's grab that, fold that up, right, and we can get this started up there. It would be the only field that has taken significant damage that we decide to do a contract on. Although, I'm not seeing the damage. I think taking the contract on it has actually repaired the field. No, it's still showing. It is still showing. Well, we will see what happens. So let's send a hired worker doing this and getting on with that. Meanwhile, yeah, part of it went through here and went through the town. Wow. But it looks like it didn't go much further than this. It looks like it dissipated just the other side of here, because none of these trees are damaged in the town. And none of the trees are damaged to the north. So yeah, looks like it came out through here and dissipated just as it came out the other side. So the other job we've got is... oh, this tractor is not happy. The other job we've got is that this tractor... this needs to be repaired and refueled. So, do I have fuel up here? Did I put a fuel tank up here? No, I think it might be around there. I mean, that looks like a fuel tank, but it isn't. I can't remember if I've actually put a fuel tank up here or not. If not, we'll have to go and get it. First, though, I want to get this into our workshop. And we've got a workshop in here. Let's pull that open. Bring this around and in. And into our workshop. There we are. Repair on that is going to be 5,625. Now, we can replace the tyres, but the tyres aren't looking too bad, I don't think. So, yeah, we're good there. So now I need to see if we can use up a bit more of this fertilizer and sort that. I cannot believe that we lost so many bales. All that work to get those bales done and everything. And yeah, I think we lost half our bales, if I remember correctly. That is absolutely mad. Coming up here on field 33, the entrance isn't at that corner there. This is a smaller field. In fact, I think we can come in here. This field is smaller than the previous field. And it looks like we might have carrots on here. Either carrots or parsnips. So we will okay that. And this looks fully fertilized, interestingly. So we'll see what happens when we fertilize this field. But I don't think we're having any effect on it. Because, yeah, this field is already fertilized. And I don't want to waste any more fertilizer on it. That is hugely annoying. We're on the right field. We're trying to fertilize it. Our progress is nothing despite having done most of a side. I think we're going to have to cancel that contract, which is extremely annoying, especially as we've driven all the way up here. So we could have done a much more lucrative and similarly positioned cultivating contract. Is there? Oh, there's 22 and there's 45. 45 might be on our way back. So we'll accept that. And I'm going to try and do that on the way back. To get to 45 from where we are, we're going to have to come down here, go back into town, across the bridge there, and up to there. So let's go do that. But that is extremely annoying that field is fully fertilized. We have a separate problem with this contract. We have only 39 minutes in game to get this actually done. Thankfully, there's a pretty big spread on this, but every moment counts. Hopefully, I'm not too close to the gateway. Nope, we're good. Right, so in and on and away we go. Yeah, this is gonna have to be fast because, yeah, we've only got 32 minutes left. I'm already 60% of the way through this, which is very good news. It's not taking me very long to do this at all, but we still only have 20 minutes left. I just need to go around the edge. Looking at this, we basically will just need to go around the edge to complete this contract, which will be absolutely brilliant. So turn this around here. Get back on my line. And yeah, as long as we can get this side done and the other side done in the next 13 minutes, we're good. Last section of the field. We're at 95, 96%, 7 minutes left. 98, 99, and the contract is done. Fantastic. That was way closer than I would have ever liked. We basically... yeah, got to this field and got around it as quickly as possible. We have 18% left on our fertilizer, though. So let's get out of this field here. We can then collect on this contract. Collect on that one. And see how long we've got on the other one. That one is non-existent. This one, though, we have got 4 hours on, so let's accept that. We wouldn't have had enough time to do that cultivating contract. That has less than an hour on it now. So, yeah, let's go and do the one on field 22 and get some money in from that as well. We are... basically, I'm trying to claw back the money I've spent on the fertilizer that we have sitting in this spreader. Mower has reached 75% up on that grass field. Still don't know if it's going to succeed. Our oats are looking fairly good. I'm so pleased those were spared. from the tornado. That actually has been the best outcome of this. Losing the bales isn't great, but at least we didn't lose a massive swath of our crop. Yeah, we were mostly untouched. I'm amazed at how untouched the root crops have been, actually. Right, let's get on to the first bit, line ourselves up, and away we go. Spreading this field. And we've got plenty of time to get this one done. I think I'd like to see a mod, actually, that prevents you from doing exactly what I'm doing now. I don't think it's overly realistic to be spreading solid fertilizer on a crop that has grown this far. I would have said that that really is only something you can do on a crop that's either in first or second stage growth. I think once you get to like third and fourth stage growth, like we are here with this, then at that point you should be using the sprayer and not the spreader. And I think A, that's probably a good thing to enact, but B, I think that would make a, well, I've been considering a realism experiment mod for a while, which puts a load of restrictions on, and maybe that is exactly what I should be looking at here. See if we can add some of these restrictions that I would use for more realism on a into a mod. Contract is done. So let's get out of here and get that in. And yeah, looks like our mower has almost finished its contract as well, both of which are fantastic news. So let's complete collect on that. We do have a Deadwood contract right down the corner from us. We've got a couple of fertilizing contracts, a hoeing contract. The fertilizing contracts, if they're not too far away, in fact, that one is right near us. I'm going to accept that, and we'll go and do that. That's just round the corner. The more money we can pull in today, the better. Oh, this is where the first tornado ripped through. So that came, oh wow, that came right through the middle here. That must have taken a pretty sharp turn. Oh no, you can see in the distance. So that came absolutely right through here, the first tornado, up the top, through the railway station over there, and through the middle of this field. This field, which is sunflowers, must have not been that far grown, or maybe it doesn't. I was going to say maybe it doesn't damage fields that I don't own, but that's not true, because we know that our field, the grass field, which the contract's just finished on, that got damaged. So yeah, I'm not sure why none of the crops that have been in areas where they are, where the thing hit, have been damaged by the tornadoes. That's a little bit strange, but it is very much contracting day. We are gonna get this started, and yeah, let's head around this field, get this done. Hopefully the 12% fertilizer that we have left is going to be enough to complete these contracts, or complete this contract and get us the payment for it. We're 60% of the way through this contract, and we still have 2/3 of the fertilizer we started this contract with. So yeah, this is going to be enough to complete this contract. It isn't going to be enough to do another one afterwards. So Yeah, I think this is going to be it for the fertilizer contracts today. I've gone up through the middle of the field here because on either side are smaller widths. So let's take our width right now. And we're going to go off to the side. We'll line up on our map, not on the GPS. And then that should get this nice thin slither. And with any luck, A, we'll use slightly less. But B, we shouldn't run out. We're at 98% at the end of that row. We're going to widen this then. Just a little bit. Come back round. And try and finish up. I think we're basically going to touch this area and that will complete this contract. More than 500 litres left and 5%, 99% and finish. Perfect. And yeah, with space. So happy with that. We have made a decent amount of cash today without needing to well, by just using stuff we have left over, by using up excess stuff. So I think it's time that we gave this tractor a wash down. Probably actually we also need to repair our spreader here. It is not in great condition, so hopefully we can back that into our shed. It shouldn't be too big to fit here. It's no wider than the tractor. We'll scoot around the edges and see if we can repair it. Yeah, 1,940. Don't need to replace the tires on that. That means everything is back up to scratch, which is brilliant. And we're just going to give it a wash down as well while we're here. And then we'll go and grab the other tractor. I don't think people have seen me wash my equipment as much as I now am with this series. Normally, I forget to put the pressure washer in and I don't wash anything. This time, we got the pressure washer here and it's in a place where I drive past the Oop, not that one. This one. On a regular basis. Nice bit of mowing completed on this grass field. I think this grass field would make an absolutely perfect arable field for us, actually. I want to get this field purchased and put an arable field up here. It's fairly expensive. I think it's going to be well after we get the fish on here that we'll be doing that. As it stands at the moment, though, that is going pretty well. I think we might skip to July next. There's not a lot to do on our farm, and we kind of need to skip to July. I don't think there's much else that we can do other than continually do contracts. So we will have a look, I think, and with our oats looking close to being ready, I think that would be a really good way to go. What's this tractor look like? Oh yeah, this could do with a wash as well, so we'll do that too. And also there are not many contracts at the moment. We really have kind of cleared out all of the contracts that we can do. We're in a position where the contracts, there aren't that many left, and as a result, there's not really much for us to do on the farm. We've just got to move towards harvest, and maybe we'll get lucky, and in July we can get the combine out and go and harvest some fields that aren't our own and get a bigger harvest in this year. So let's have a quick look. We've got a fertilizer contract. Collect that and collect that. If we're lucky, our 3G tower might bring us in enough money for us to go and get the fish farm started next time. We are up to 88,000. So there is a decent amount of money that we could make. And yeah, I want to put the fish farm in right here and start doing that. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to get started on that next time. I think we're going to jump forward to July. There's not a huge amount we can do. And yeah, so much devastation from that tornado. That is going to be a big job for us in winter. If I look at our land, we don't own 51, but we do own this chunk here. That's part of 49. So yeah, this area here, we're going to be clearing that up, and we will cut down all of those dead trees and probably try and replant them this year, I think. So that is going to be our winter job. After the recent storms, we've jumped forward to July, and as you can probably tell by the fact that I am backing up to the header of the combine, our oats are ready to harvest. So we're going to be cracking on with those today. I'm really pleased that those are ready. Also, as you can see, we are at 96,000 in the bank. So that means we can get our fish farming started today as well. We should be able to plant or put down our shed, our fish breeding shed today, and get that working, which would be great. I'm just looking at the combine and seeing how much in need of repair it is. So I think we're going to have to sort that out before we start. We want to maximize how much we're getting from our crops. So there we go. Does that start up? Oh no, we need to unfold the harvester. I'll back this off. And I'm going to put the header trailer out the way while that all gets unfolded. We're going to use this tractor for carting as well. This is a big enough tractor. We'll go on our bunning trailer. So if we just park our header out the way at the back of the yard here, we'll be able to cart with this. Although the one thing I might do quickly is get the combine started and then run down and see if we can get a front weight for this. I think that is the biggest issue we're going to have, because yeah, this tractor could really do with a front weight in order to balance things out a bit. So we'll just take the combine through here, hoping with the header on we'll be fine. Yeah, we're going to be okay. We'll just reverse it up into the shed, and then we can get it repaired. I think that should about do it. Yeah, there we go. Turn that off. Jump out. I'm going to have to go in the door, aren't I? We can't do that from here. Into here. Right. And then repair. We can do both the header and the combine. Yeah, both of these need repairing. So repair the combine and repair the header. Now that has taken us down below what we need to place the fish farm, but we'll be back up with our 5G tower. We should be back up fairly quickly. Also going to give it a quick wash because it's still got a whole load of grime and muck on it from last year. Really should have cleaned this combine off before we got cracking with that. Yeah, really dirty combine here. This will clear this off really quickly. There we are. That's the combine cleared and the header cleared. Perfect. Right, let's get this out to the field. And I think we'll probably drive this myself. And if that's the case, what I'll do is I'll send the T6 down to the shop so that we can go and pick up a weight for that. while we get cracking. We also actually have our grass field. Grass field is ready to cut. July should be about right time of year for that as well. So we'll just bring this to here. I'm going to then select this tractor, set destination, and we'll set that down to the shop there. I think that should do that without too much hassle. Start up our combine. Do we have GPS on this? We do. Perfect. So we will okay that. Oh, it's blocked. Don't know what that's blocked by. Take the hired worker off. And we will we'll just get it out of here. Yeah, if we get it out of the yard, that should sort it. Set destination. Down to the shop. Yeah, and away that goes. And now I can get cracking in here with this. Perfect. Really, really happy to be behind the wheel of the combine. This is a vast improvement on the previous year's yield. Look at that. We've got a bright green streak going down this headland. We've got much lighter colors around the headland on the other side. This is absolutely fantastic. We're gonna end up with a much higher amount off of here than we had of last year's crop. Last year, of course, we had wheat on here and we got oats this year. Oats actually sell for a higher amount of money. So that is fantastic. And also a nice early cut here means we'll be able to rotate through to a different crop for next year. So possibly a high value crop like canola would be possible, because we would be able to get this field turned around quickly enough. I am so very pleased with this though. This is, yeah, in fact I can see it, the indicator at the top left. We're pulling in 118% yield. That is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, 115 I saw there. That is really, really good. New Holland T6 is down at the shop, so we can sort out a weight for it. So let's pop down here, weights. We could just stick another New Holland weight on this, I think. Yeah, that's a good weight, 1,000 kilogram weight. And no customization on this, so we will straight up buy it. Right, let's pop back out here to this tractor and just go and grab that. And then send this back up to the farm to go and get the trailer, because our combine is nearly full. We don't have a huge amount of space left in it. But yeah, there is our front weight. We've still got some seeds down here as well. We'll have to come and collect those at some point. I still want to get a trailer. If we're going to be transporting stuff about, we're going to need a trailer. So yeah, I still want to get a trailer. First though, let's get this back up to the farm and get our first load emptied out of the combine. We've done fantastically well off this field. We are at 96% from the first headland. While we're waiting for the tractor to get back, I'm just going to go and try and finish this off. I think we're probably going to hit 100% before I can get all the way through this row. So fully expecting to have to reverse out of it a bit, especially now. Yeah, it would be nice, I think, if we could get a full tank in a position we can empty. This is going to be close though. There we go. Right, I think, yeah, we should be able to empty that there. Yeah, that looks about right. We can get under here and pull to that. Then jump back in the combine. Empty the trailer. Fantastic. And now we can start this all up again. I'm gonna have to move the tractor and trailer out of the way though, because we've got that little slither just to the left of the combine here, and we need to get that, and we can't get that with that tractor and trailer there. So 40% full, 2 full loads off the combine. That will be absolutely perfect. Our yield map is looking so much healthier than last year's. This is currently running at 92%, so we're not there on a 100% yield on here, but I'm not 100% sure what the soil is here. Yeah, the soil we're running through at the moment is sandy loam, so yeah, it's not the greatest soil. It's not bad, but it could be better. We do know that the bits like our grass area are actually much better soil, and I'm kind of thinking that the soil under the cow field where our Highland cattle are is actually much better. And what I really want to do, I think, is move the Highland cattle further up into the farm and possibly make another arable field out of that one. So 50 would be a decent sized arable field, and yeah, I would be I think I'd be interested given the yield potential. But what I'd really like is to grab hold of 35. If we could get field 35, that would be a great field for us. Gonna be quite a bit of money to do that though. It's looking like we are gonna have another full tank. So I'm going to get the auger out ready. Then we'll get empty at the end of this road because we are going to do a cut-in next, and I don't want to be halfway through a cut-in and not have enough space. It's not going to be a full tank, unfortunately. But we'll pull this to here. Turn that off for now. This will take us to just shy of 80%. I don't think this is all going to fit in one trailer, and I might go and tip this. Well, I just shy of 80%. I don't know. We've not got that much left. I think it's going to be at least another tank, though, off here, and that won't fit in this trailer. So it might be wise to go and empty this now. So let's get the combine emptied, and yeah, we'll go tip this in the grain store. We got plenty of time. It's only 20 to 1 in the afternoon, and this has gone very nicely. So 15,000 litres off here initially. That's a good first lot. If we got to 30,000 litres, which I don't think we're going to get to on this field, that would be great. Also, looking at field 50 and field 20, I think you could make one long field out of those two, and that would serve us very well if we did that. And with all this land up here, we would just need to sort out somewhere to put the cows, and I think a new cow shed that also produced milk would be absolutely fantastic as well. So we need to try and work out how to fit that all in. The yield map on this is so much healthier. I'm just absolutely stoked with how this looks. We go over to here, look at the amount of extra green and the yellow we've got on here. I don't think there's anything below, yeah, nothing below 75% that we've managed on here. That is fantastic, considering some of this field is silty clay. Is there room to improvement? I think there might be. We've not got 100%, or sorry, 125% yield on the bit of loam that we've got on here. So yeah, I think that there is room for improvement on this field. We can get another get to another level on here and really improve this. I think anything we did on here we'd have to turn around fairly quickly, especially as I think I have a plan that we might be able to get another crop off here this year. So we might have a look at that and see what we can do. For now, this is running really well. We were just shy of 16,000 litres with our first load. We've got a full tank here with a little bit left. I'm kind of wondering if we're going to get another 8,000 litres off this field. And as a result of that, hit 24,000 litres from this harvest. That would be a strong harvest off here. Be a very strong harvest off here. There's the auger, there's the auger. Right, that should do it. Let's empty that out then. Then with the tractor where it is, we'll be able to just pull forward at the end of the row and empty out whatever's left. I think this is very strong. We are just shy of 8,000 litres here. We've got this bit of row plus sort of a half row to go. That should give us another 1,000 litres. I would be amazed if it didn't, and if it does, that is 24,000 litres. It would be amazing to get 25,000 litres. I don't think there's enough here for that. Every bit counts though, and you can see there's a tuft there that got missed. So we'll just clean that up like so. And then we can get on to that last row. We're already at 176 litres, so yeah, this could end up with a decent amount still to go into the trailer. And it's another 400 litres. So let's get the auger out and get this emptied. That's put us over 8,000 litres. 8,201 litres is fantastic. Right, I'm gonna let this, we'll put this off to the side of the field. If we can get a contract harvesting more, I think that's absolutely going to be a great way to go. Otherwise, combine can just sit here for the minute, and we will come and sort that out in a moment. Question I've got very much is 202 litres enough to get us up to 24,000 litres? That would be an absolute goal for us here. See if we can top off at that. So bring this over here and tip this out, and then we'll see how much we got in storage. So I was going to get my shovel out and come and move the oats across, but they seem to have fixed it, which is fantastic news. So we have 23,312 litres, not quite the 24,000 litres. So that's unfortunate, but is still a really good yield. I think that there is an opportunity to get 24, maybe even 25,000 litres of oats off that field. Just a little bit of a tweak, and we'd get so much more. I got this out of the shed and there's absolutely no reason for it. I do love that they've fixed that grain store. That's fantastic news. So is there any harvesting we could do? Peas, oats on field 22, just the other side of the road. That is perfect. While I've got the combine out and ready, it would be absolutely foolish not to take advantage of this. And it being oats, any leftovers we have will very neatly fit into our grain store. Maybe even push us over that 25,000. Not a huge paying contract, this one, so I'm not expecting a huge amount of leftover, but it could be a decent amount, so we'll see what happens. And I think we'd probably clear this out today, which would be absolutely fantastic. This field is fairly impressive. Don't know if it's the soil type that we're on, or if it's just the contract, but it's running at 113%. If these fields are all loam, that is really strong. But it's not fluctuating at all, so I think that might just be that you get a flat 113% for contract fields, especially as we seem to be hitting quite a few weeds in here. That's both headlands down, and we are only 72% full. So, a little bit surprising that. Now, I want to cut in on the 4th row here. Like so. Keep things nice and realistic, and yeah, we should make it to the end of this row, open this field up nicely, and not have an issue with a full tank. We're not going to hit that until we've opened this up. On our 3rd cut in, and yeah, we're about to hit a full tank here. I think this entire field is going to fit in one trailer, which is great. We should be able to control things a little bit better with that. Better control means we should be able to make maximum profit. So pull that under there. Nice and easy with this setup. Empty it out. And see how much longer it takes us to get the rest of this field done. It is 5 o'clock now. This may go on to the next day. We'll see how we do. I'm on to the 2nd cut in, and we're on the 3rd row of it. And we've just passed 50%. Not a huge amount of field left. In fact, we're nearly 60% done on this contract. There's only 20% left of harvest. We're up to 80% done on, well, 80% full on the combine, 70% done overall. So there's only 10% of the contract left, which is harvest. The rest is all delivery. So I think we're going to fit this all in. That is that cut-in completed. There is not a huge amount left to go on this field. We'll bring this in here. Last cut-in. I think this is going to be not many lines either side of us. And yeah, we should finish this off today. I think we're going to fit it all in the trailer. We've not emptied a second load into the trailer yet, and yeah, there's not enough field left here to I think to top the trailer off. I've emptied out the combine, and we've done the last couple of rows. We're gonna have about another 1,000 liters, but we are well within the amount of space we have in the trailer. I've maybe missed a couple of bits, but I think we're okay. Oh no, I managed to get almost everything. Not enough for me to worry about. I think as long as we hit that sort of 2,000-3,000 liters extra, that will be great. So we'll empty this out, and then I'm gonna head down to the sell point. We will tip it, and we will see where we are. As I said, hopefully we're gonna top off our oats at about 25,000 liters. That would be fantastic. But until we go down there, we won't know how much we're going to be left with. We have 16,655 liters. So we're up at Kinlaig milling, and we're heading round the back, which is where we need to deliver this to. I'm really hoping that we're going to be left with 2,000 to 3,000 liters. That would be fantastic. 2,000 liters would be about right for an 80% delivery here. So let's tip it and see where it takes us. I am keeping an eye on the completion of the contract. There. are only delivered enough for £120. We've got 2,500 left, which is brilliant. That can go into our grain store, and that is gonna give us, oh, it's not showing on there, and it's not showing on here either. No, there we go, 23,000. So yeah, we have enough money, or we have enough to get it to the top, and it will be over 1,000. So we should make maybe 30,000 off these oats. Perfect. Let's collect on this contract then. Another 5,000 in the bank. We are finishing with 103,115. We are going to be getting started on our fish farming today. We have enough money in the bank to get our fish breeding tent, our fish breeding setup. So we're going to be doing that. But first, I am down here in our TM175. We're going to give this some fuel, and then we're going to take it up to the top and start on a contract. Turn the engine off, and we'll refuel this. And while we're refueling, we'll have a look. We've got an 83 pound contract on Farmland 32. So we're going to go and do that. We're going to accept that contract and head up the top there for that. We've got 25 hours to do it, so there's plenty of time. And that will give us a good amount of cash. And yeah, the fuel station is very much on the way. So we'll get this up the top. We'll get this started on that. And then we're going to head back to the farmyard and get the fish set up. We want to get the fish farm itself, the fish breeding itself set up, and then we're going to pop down and go and grab ourselves some fish food as well. And for some reason, all of our recent contracts have been up at this end of the map, about as far from our farm as you can get. Now, we've got an area of land here, and if you saw Saturday's video, we did a rebuild of what I thought was the dairy farm on here. It's not. It's a beef farm on here, and I made that mistake, and lots of people pulled me up on it. But we rebuilt it as another beef farm. I said dairy farm, and it doesn't produce milk, the shed that we put on there. So that was last week's farm build. I think that this week's farm build, we're probably going to come up here and rebuild around this shed here. I think there's a good opportunity for a farm up here, and we can give that a go. So let's get a hired worker started on here. We can leave that going. But yeah, we've got a bit of a yard here. I think we can extend this out a little bit. Build a nice farmyard around here that gives Field 33 a nice farm up here that somebody will be able to start with. What I'd like to know, actually, in the comments, what type of farm should we have up here? We don't seem to have a pig farm on this map, so I was very much thinking maybe we could put some pigs or a pig area up here and do that. But yeah, let's know in the comments of both this video and last Saturday's video what type of farm you think we should build up here next. And speaking of farm builds, we are back up at our farm. Our 5G tower is standing tall there. So let's get our fish breeding in. And we can find that under the productions, and we've got under the aquaculture. We want to spin that around. We should be able to get that in this space. Or maybe not. Okay. So what I think we're going to need to do is we're going to need to sort the ground out here. We're going to need to flatten it a bit. And we're going to need to put some dirt down first. So let's do that. Let's flatten this area. I'll leave a bit of grass around the edge. I think it's going to be sort of this area here. Cut into the edge there a bit. and that should do it. So that should be enough space to put it down. Yeah, so that does that there. And then we need I think we could do with a concrete slab. Is that concrete? That's yeah, that's broken concrete. Yeah, that will do. So we'll enlarge that. And then we're going to put it on a slab of concrete here. That should fit there like so. Keep pushing the end out a little bit. What we'll do is we'll come back in with, I think it's this that's there, isn't it? It might be a little bit of a mix. Put some of this down. We'll take that a lot smaller and just put a whole load of mud and dirt down here first. And then we'll put a bit of, it's not that, it might be this. Yeah, a bit of this down here. Take that smaller, change the shape, and just put some of that around. That should do it. And then I think we want to put a few tufts of grass. So we'll go with some low-level grass and just plonk that around in here as well. Then we can come back here into the aquaculture and we can see whether this fits in that space. It does, but we could do with a slightly larger concrete slab. So we'll take that out. It really does go out to the edge here and out to the space here and all the way out to the back there. And I think we might have to smooth a little bit further into end here. So I'm going to come in to about here-ish. Just bring that and smooth that all out. Yeah, that's taken all of the grass I've just put in out, but we need to make that as flat as possible. I think we can put some detailing back in afterwards. And that there seems pretty good. Yeah, I think that works fairly well. So we'll turn that to B and put that there. Right, there we go. So how does that look now that we've smoothed all that out? Yeah, so we could do with smoothing things out a little bit more over here just to make it easier to approach and means we don't have any issues. And then I think we can put a bit of grass back in around it. As for the inside, yeah, we've got the broken concrete floor everywhere, and that comes out and just that's pretty perfect. I think there might be a bit, there's a little bit in this corner to sort, but otherwise that is spot on, and I'm really happy with that. So there we go. So I've done a little bit of cleaning up. We've pulled the edges back over here so that we've got an easier access to this area, and I've taken a lot of the grass back, and we've got a much more patchy setup, and it's now much more easy to access this area. So I'm quite happy with that. We need though to go and get some fish food. We've got 8,723. So we want to run down to the shop, I think, and sort that out. And finally, with that, we have a use for a piece of equipment we haven't used so far. For most of this series, it is finally time to get the car out and start using this for what I had originally intended. And that is basically to run down to the shop and get bits and pieces and load up. So we're going to need to get a trailer, and we're going to need to pick up some fish food. So for quick runs down to the shop, this is why I've been keeping the car. We absolutely need to be able to run down here, grab bits, and get them back to the farm fairly swiftly. Now, the other thing I need to add is we're going to need a forklift here as well. So first off, there is nothing in the shop for us that we can afford. Secondly, we need to hire a forklift. And thankfully, the perfect forklift has recently become available from Ross End Mods. And that is the JCB 940 forklift. So we're going to get that for down here at the shop. We will go with the Michelin tires, no beacon, no LED strobe. Well, can we get a, yeah, no beacon, no LED strobes, no window guard. We don't really need that. Main color, we will leave that as is. And on the license plate, it's congratulations to Hikers42. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, and your name is going on the shop JCB. So you can see it up the top there. And we are going to lease this for 3,317. Yes. Is yeah, an immediate cost. Next up, we need a trailer to go on the car, and the one I want actually isn't in trailers. I think it's in MISC. So here's miscellaneous. Yeah, this is what we want, the Trias. Now we can't buy this outright. We're gonna have to probably lease this, I think, or at least get it on hire purchase. We will go with JCB yellow for this. Do you want a design? No, not really. Standard extension? No. We will just go yes, and we will go black on that. And for the number plate on this, we're going with the Fisher J. Congratulations to you. You have been selected random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, and your name is going on the number plate. So we're going with Fisher J. Okay, and yep, there you are on the back of there. So we are gonna hire purchase this with an idea of paying off, yeah, monthly cost 820. Perfect. We will go with that, and we will purchase that. That will be a year to pay that off. And my reasoning behind that is because we are going to need a fish food pallet. We're going to need a couple of these, so we'll grab a couple of these. We will buy these for 5,200, and that leaves us with just £500. So let's back this up. And yeah, this absolutely then is going to be how I transport stuff from down the shop here back up to the farm. So let's open this up. I think we do that by that. I don't want to fill this. Let's disable this being filled, and open flap is Y. There we go. And then we can fill the back. Now that shouldn't, yeah, change the tip side and then open it. That opens the tip side as I want, which is perfect. Right. Let's pull this forward then. There must be some way to stop this from loading up, because, yeah, it's a bit of a problem with this trailer that if I try and put stuff in it that will load into things, we end up... Oh, wow. We end up with an issue. Because, will this start? Yeah, there we go. We end up with an issue because it empties stuff into it instead. There's a definite angle as you turn your head with this. That's interesting. Right, let's get that open. And bring this here. Get all this loaded up. Get this back up to the farm, and then we can unload this fish food and get the fish breeding started. So into the middle here like this. Back that out, and we can push that on a little bit. And that then is all loaded up. We'll park this back up over here ready for next time. Yes, we've got a few bits of seeds, but I think we can grab those next time we're down here. For now, I want to strap these down like so, and we'll head back up to the farm and go and get this dropped off. We're gonna head up the back entrance to our farm here, and that gives us direct access to the area that we want to get to. Go around our remaining silage bales. I really need to move those out of the way. We'll get those moved today, and then we'll bring this round to here. We could just directly empty these into our fish breeding tent. So if I unstrap this, that should go in there. Perfect. And then we'll pull this forwards and out the way, and then that will set us up. Come over here and start that off. Now, initially, I'm not going to breed the young salmon. We can take 30,000 litres of food. So we're going to be doing several runs, and that's why I wanted to get the car trailer. I'm going to do the young trout for now. We're not going to do this. This would not do a massive amount more, I don't think. 100, 105. Yeah, I'm not. It's a lot more expensive to do the young trout too. So we're just going to do this one and activate that for now. But yeah, we will have to go and get more fish food to keep things going. And I need to find a shed. I think we've got a shed around the back where I can drop this trailer off for now. And we've got things like, we've got wool to deliver and things like that. So we'll be able to use this for this. Yeah, like our other flatbed that we've got here, this will be very useful. I think we'll stick this just at the end here. I don't think it'll be in the way. That then will be a nice useful place to pick this up from. So we can stick this here, right, and we'll put the car back in the garage. So with that job out of the way, what I want to do now is get the baler out and start baling up the straw we have on the field. We're then going to be able to get those bales off the field and probably get everything sort of positioned and put away, get our bales nicely under some cover. We need to work out where is the best place to store bales. Baler is round the other side. In fact, I think we've got some grass bales still round the far side here. We're still on the lookout to purchase a bale wrapper. We really need to get our hands on one of those, and probably need a tedder as well at some point. Really. So attach that on, attach that all up. How are we for bale nets? So we'll refill our bale nets off the stand that's there. We'll head into the field and yeah, start getting all of our straw baled up, because A, that's useful to sell, and B, it should be useful to feed cows in the future. I think I'm gonna have a look at what we're doing with our cows and whether there's a better way we can handle everything. For now, let's turn this on and start getting this field baled up. I've reset the bale counter because obviously we want to know how many bales we got off here. What it did tell me is how many bales we got off that grass field, and therefore how many we lost in the hurricane. We are left with 6 bales. We baled 15, of which one was small, and we immediately went and fed that to the cows. In fact, I think we went and fed it to sheep, or we fed it to one of the sets of animals. But that means we had 14 left, so we lost 8 bales to the hurricane. That was a massive amount. That was harsh. So yeah, we lost over half our bales to that hurricane, which is, I'm still surprised by that. That was a big hit we took. I've completed the headlands and we are up to 7 bales off here. So nice, strong start with this. I think actually I've missed a row down there, so I'll need to loop back and grab that quickly. But this is a strong start. We've got a decent amount of straw off here. Oats pay well, as we've established, and the to have this doing this well for us and producing this much straw for us to sell as well, that is really good news. We very much want to sell as much straw off here this year as we can to supplement the value of the oats. I am very much working towards buying a new field. We want to add another field onto here. We're optimizing our land pretty well right now, but a new field is going to open us up to, well, immediately doubling how much money we make every year from crop. Looking through how many months we have left on some of the stuff, we've got a few bits. The 175 is going to be paid off in 2 months, along with a couple of other things. So we're definitely looking at a load of funds freeing up, especially because the TM 175 is going to be no longer draining 3 grand a month from our money. That is going to be a big boost in 2 months' time. I think we're at the point now where the farm is beginning to turn, and we're looking at being able to make a decent amount of money going forward. If we can get into the point next year where we're able to buy that field up the top, grass field up the top, number 35, that would be great. 21, I think, is also a contender. One of those two should be within our reach in the not too distant future, and with that being the case, we're looking at really increasing our income from here. I also am still not adverse to moving the cows. If we can move our Highland cattle to somewhere a little bit more on the farm, that would be great. So looking at our map, yeah, if we could take the Highland cows off here and create an area up here for them that's a little bit smaller, I think that would work a lot better for them. I think we might have missed a bit, not much, but we'll go back and get that now while we can. But yeah, that will then give us a fairly high yield field there where they are at the moment, and allow us to plant more crops. In fact, oh, I was gonna double crop today. That was what we were aiming to do on here, and I completely forgot, and we're not gonna be able to turn this around in time now. I don't know, actually. We've got 3 hours. Can our cultivator finish get back here and us replant this? I don't think there's a crop we can double crop with this year on here. I think we'd had to have come into it with a bigger plan last time and got this baled behind the combine, because I don't see how we can do this now today. Let's just have a look at our crop calendar. Carrots can be planted this year to harvest this year. Everything else, yeah, everything else is out of reach. So we would have to get this field turned around very, very fast. We have about 3 hours. I don't really see how that's possible. Yeah, I should have put more into that and got this turned around a lot quicker, and then we could have double cropped. That is something I still want to try, though. The idea of having a grain crop on here first and then getting something like carrots on the field second, and getting 2 crops off a field in a year, I think would be a really good way to go. And I just need to get us set up to the point where we can do that. Maybe that's something we can target in the final year on here. I'm looking at crops to target for double cropping. We got to, so planting carrots in July would harvest in November. It's then what do we plant in November that we can harvest before July? And spinach. Although spinach has a double crop, so you'd end up double cropping with spinach and making a lot anyway. But yeah, I want a double crop. I want to try it. I think there's quite a bit of money to be made doing that, and maybe we can make a video on it. Maybe there's something in it that we can say how to get the most from your crops, especially if you're not running on 10 times like I am. Being able to turn a field round, harvest it, bale it, and get it out and get 2 crops off it year after year, with a crop rotation as well, would be fantastic. I'm a little bit gobsmacked. Something has just turned up in the shop that is kind of my prayers have been answered level of item. And I don't know if we can even afford this. But look at this. A New Holland long wheelbase. 230, so 224 horsepower. We'd have to hire purchase this. It would cost us 4,000. It would cost us all the money we have right now, which isn't a huge problem. It's gonna cost. We'd only be able to do it under option 4. There's no way we can afford 8 grand a month for this. But that would be absolutely perfect for us. That is a tractor. We'd have to pay 29,000 at the end in a year's time. But if we're looking to expand and get more stuff going, this tractor here absolutely would be perfect. So what I'm going to do is we are going to wait till the cultivator has finished, and then I think we're going to buy that tractor. Adding that to the farm is going to have a huge impact in what we can do. And as I said, we're now getting to the point where we're looking to expand, and a 3rd tractor is something I absolutely want to get my hands on. Bales are all done. We've got 1 bale left over, so we're just going to drop that off here, I think. So let's stop this and unload it. So that's a half a bale. I want to leave it separate to everything else. There is unfortunately not enough time today to turn around and plant carrots in there. Yeah, had I thought about it sooner last time, I think we could have done something about it. As it is, it's not viable this year. Double cropping, definitely something I want to have a crack at, but not on this year's crop, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's going to be something that we try and do next year. For now, let's drop that all off, and our cultivator should be finished any minute. Contract is done. I'm gonna take control of the hired worker, and we'll just come to the edge of this field. This though is fantastic. That is gonna be it. Allow us to get things moving. I think we need to take this back to the farm, and I'm going to sleep on that T7. We will pick up next time and we'll see if it's still there. And if we've got enough money overnight, then I think we might go and pick it up and see what our options are. I need to have a think because it is a cracking tractor, that, and something that would be very useful. We could also sell this tractor for 45,000. I think this TM's 175 is worth. But I'm loath to do that. In my opinion, the perfect number of tractors on a farm is 3. And if we've got one at 225 horsepower, one at 175, and one at 145, that is pretty much my ideal setup. So we'll see where we go. For now, we're going to pick up the 11,000 we have for this contract. So there is that there. Okay. And yeah, with any luck, we'll be able to pick up a harvesting contract next time and make some more money that way. We are trying to afford a new tractor today before it disappears from the used sales in the shop. Now there's a contract that should be available to us not too far from here. Yeah, it is on field 22 here. It is a cultivating contract, so we're going to accept that. That is going to give us 4,897 pounds, minus a little bit because obviously we're going to put a hired worker doing this. So that will go towards getting the new tractor. There are no harvesting contracts, much to my amazement, so that's a little bit odd. We do have a new plan from the double cropping. We had a comment on yesterday's video, which was basically green beans and barley is a really strong power setup to do. So we're going to try that. Barley gets planted next month. In fact, let's get that running and I'll show you. So barley plants in September, and if we plant it in September, we can harvest it in June. And if we harvest that in June, then we can then plant green beans we can plant green beans in June, and then we'll harvest those in November. So the downside to that is, while we will double crop those next year, we won't be able to then harvest to then replant the barley, unfortunately. So it seems to be a single year double crop, but that would do us well for next year. We can then look at doing the carrot, or could then look at doing the carrot and the oats double crop the following year. That would then work with that. So yeah, it's a very possible setup for a double crop that we could do in our final year on this farm. So the next thing I want to do today is we want to go and get our mower working. We've got our grass field ready to go, and if we cut that today, then we'll be able to get that turned around fairly quickly. It looks like our mower has turned at a weird angle again. I'm just going to hop out the tractor and just sort of drag that round. If we come here and we'll just sort of grab this end. Yeah, and just sort of drag that round as best we can, like so. There we are. We're able to hook that up now, and we'll back on to this. And yeah, we're just going to bail this straight up and get it wrapped. I don't think we have a wrapper at the moment, so we are going to have to try and sort that at some point. Kind of wish one of those had turned up in the shop, but they haven't, so it's going to be a little bit of a push. We're doing fairly well. As I said last time, we are going to have finished off the payment for the TM175 in the next month or so. So that's great. Right, and we will get that on and okay that. We want to, yeah, line ourselves up here, unfold this, and go around the field quickly with this. We'll get this cut, and then before we do the baling, we'll go and see if we can go and grab the New Holland. So I've got all the way around the field, and now I'm heading back for my second headland cut. And I cut the second row into the field first, and now I'm doing the outer one because this is a more realistic way of doing it. This is how you would do it in real life, and this is because what this does is you only drive over the outermost set of grass and knock that down while you're cutting, and then when you are cutting the rest of the field, the idea is you stay off the grass that has yet to be cut and don't drive over any and knock it down. It's a really good way of doing things. I find it works brilliantly for all of the cuts that we do, and yeah, I really enjoy cutting the grass this way. Nice to do things in that nice realistic way and get a sense of achievement from doing that. So from our headlands here, the yield doesn't seem to be quite as high as we've had on previous cuts. We've got it's a much more solid green that we're getting in the cut, but it is very much different. It's nowhere near as strong as the previous one. Now, I did just say about not driving over the grass we haven't cut yet. But I need to open this field up a bit, so we're going to cut in here and see if we can get onto this row here. Yeah, open this up. We are driving across grass that we haven't cut yet, but if we can get this opened up, it's going to make things a lot easier for us overall, and it is just a single row that I'm driving across. And now that I've opened the middle of the field up a bit, we can start going round, and it's not quite so far for me to drive for each row, whereas before I'd have to drive up and round the field every time. This should be a little bit more fuel efficient doing it this way. Final row for the top end of this field. Let's bring this around, and yeah, we can start cracking back into the bottom end here. And of course we have the ever-present and slightly annoying, because I left it in here and that was my choice, tree, which it wants to go round and it breaks up our GPS for. We don't really need to break up the GPS there. It could go straight through and we'd be fine. And then we go right down to the bottom of the field here for our return cut. Now this is where it gets more interesting, because we're coming up to where the tree is. The sat nav wants to go round a different way. I am going to try and cut round the tree, keeping as close to it as I possibly can, just to clear things up. There we go. And then down we go with the mower again and back on our line. And yeah, that should be fairly clean now, I think. And now that we've gone around the tree like that, when we come to do this cut round here, things get much easier and we're able to get round the tree. Yeah, and that works so much better. And when we come to bale, that will be so much cleaner to bale as well. So this is the last row to cut. This is looking pretty good, as I said. A much more solid green than our last cut on here. we seem to have a slightly lowered yield off this field. Let's have a look at what that actually looks like. Yeah, that looks closer to a 110. Yeah, 110 and a 115 across most of the field. We get a very little bit of a 120 in a couple of places. And I don't think... Oh, yeah, we got hit a one spot of maximum yield on the on this field. So, not looking too bad. I'm quite happy with that. Where everything is above 100%. Where we've got the good soil. Yeah, you can see we've got between 80 and 95% in the places where we haven't. But yeah, on the loam, we've got a really, really good cut. I'm kind of wondering, can we get this tractor to go and earn us a bit more money with the mowing contract? Is there anything out there for mowing? There isn't, unfortunately. There is a bale wrapping contract, but we don't have a wrapper at the moment. So, yeah. Looks like we're just going to take this back to our yard. And I'm just going to give it a quick wash down before I go and put this all away. Because, yeah, this is looking a little bit grubby, this T6. One thing I have noticed as I'm putting this tractor away, we are really low on DEF in this tractor. To the point where it's flashing empty. So we will lower down the mower, drop it off. And I think we're going to have to get some DEF up here in order to keep this tractor running. So I'm going to go park this up in the shed. We're going to need to do something about fuel. We don't have a fuel tank. And I think now that we're going to add another tractor that uses DEF to the farm, we might want a little DEF tank as well. So it's down to the shop and we're going to check out this T7. Available in the sales, T7 long wheelbase PLMI, 98,770. Amusingly, there's a versatile in here with way more horsepower, but doesn't have a 3-point on the back or anything like that. I thought we might already have a maxi cap, but we don't. Right. So this is going to become our big tractor on the farm. This is going to do a lot of the high horsepower work. We want to clear that off for now. And so it's a T7 230. It's the lowest horsepower one, but 224 horsepower will be easily enough for us. I want to put the Michelin tires on it. We're not going blue power. We're not going panoramic window. Basically trying to keep the cost of this as low as possible. We might put the Isaria on later. At the moment, it's 14,000, and that's a little bit expensive for us. And then finally, on the number plate, we have Gamer Gal. Congratulations to you. You've been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so your name is going on the number plate. We will okay that. There it is on the front, and there it is on the back. So we are going to then hire purchase this. And I think if we can get it below 6,000, the cost, I'll be happy. So if we go 10%, yeah, option 3 is below 6,000 a month. It's going to cost 20,000 at the end in a year's time, but I can handle that. We can do that. So, and it's only marginally more expensive. So we are going to purchase that with option 3. And there we go. So that should now be waiting for us out the back here. This is my favorite base game tractor. Very, very pleased to see this. And yeah, look at that blue beast. So this now on here completes our tractor setup. I wanted to have, well, I kind of love the fact that I have got a New Holland farm setup on here, but it's not what I particularly set out to do. So this will allow us to expand quite nicely, this tractor. In fact, when we go up the top, we're probably going to try and get if there's another another cultivating contract, we might take this and go and do that, because this is now our tractor that will be doing that kind of work. If not, we might go and try it out on a fertilizing contract, because there are a couple of those. But I kind of want to give this a crack on a couple of crops. So we'll see what happens. We do need to get baling, and we're going to have to get hold of a wrapper. So let's get this back up to the farm and then see what we've got. Let's have a look. We need to... Oh, we're going to... So we did do the mulching last year and worked out that it wasn't actually worth it for how much we spent on the mulcher. Let's have a look at what we have in here. There's a huge number of harvesting contracts suddenly appeared today. They are all root crop contracts. That is crazy. A couple of green bean contracts that are very nice. If I could get my hands on a green bean harvester, I'd be very tempted to do that, especially as we're looking at possibly doing those next year. Carrots, there's quite a lot of carrots on here as well. Wow. If that was truly worth doing, that would be great. But yeah, there's nothing there really beyond that. There's a couple of good fertilizing contracts, and there's a couple of decent bale wrapping contracts as well. However, our cultivating contract is complete, so we will collect on that. And then we'll bring home the TM175. I think what we probably should spend the rest of our day doing is getting this field here all baled up. If we can get that grass all baled up and possibly wrapped, that would be a very good way to go. This tractor needs a clean. So I'm going to spin it round over here. So this TM175 is now our mid-range tractor rather than our workhorse on the farm. So this will now do our carting. We'll get the carting with this rather than the T6. It will also basically do various trailer pulling and things. Will work alongside the T7 as well. So T7 will do things like the cultivating. This can then work alongside it, doing things like planting and things like that. The two tractors will be absolutely fantastic together. I didn't put the combine away because I didn't think the combine was actually going to be sitting there too long. I thought we were going to have some more contracts to have a go with for harvesting, but they've just not materialized, which has been really weird. So we'll put this away in this shed here, nicely out the way. This tractor will also do the lime spreading and fertilizer spreading and stuff like that. It is a perfectly suited tractor to that job. Now, I would normally put our T6 on this next job, but we don't have any DEF in it, and we need to go and we need to do something about a lack of DEF. So I think we're in the interest of trying our T7 out. It's way overpowered for this job. But let's give it a nice easy job to start off. We will go and hook this up to the baler and get the grass baled. I mean, why not? So back it up to our baler here. Hook it up. I mean, it is going to have no problem at all doing this. We have plenty of rat in the baler as well, and yeah, this T7 is going to be absolutely fine on this setup. and we can just get this field baled fairly quickly. Not even breaking a sweat. I forgot to reset the bale counter, so we've had 3 bales off here. I will reset the bale counter, and whatever we end up with is 3 more than what the bale counter says. Despite the slight drop in yield on here, we are still doing very well. That is 8 bales so far. We are looking at our 9th coming out, and we are on our 3rd headland at this point. That is really strong. That is going to be absolutely fantastic. And as long as we don't get another tornado that wipes out most of our bales on here, we're going to end up with a strong number to sell at the end of the year, which is what we really want. We need as many silage bales for us to sell at the end of the year and make as much money as possible. Really want to expand the farm if I can, and it's going to take a fair whack of cash to do that. So I just had a great demand show up and thought I would just check out what it was, see if I could see it. Can't see it on anything we have. However, at Feeding Grain South at the moment, silage bales, which we have 2, 4, 6 of, are at best price at Feeding Grain South. So what I think I'm going to do is we're just going to stop this here for the moment. We'll come back to this in a minute. I need to get some more money in, and this is going to be worth a fair whack to us. So we'll use the TM175. We'll get the small trailer on it, and we will get those silage bales loaded up and sold while we have a best price running. Should not take too long to get these loaded up. This is where it's even more annoying that we lost so many to that tornado. We could really have done with the extra cash right now. As I said, we need a wrapper. We've got to get hold of a bale wrapper. And yes, I have just splashed out on a new tractor, but that tractor is, well, as I said, it completes our fleet. So we really wanted to grab that so that there shouldn't be any more tractors we have to buy. I think we've got everything we need from there, but now we can look at getting the bits of our fleet that are the bits of equipment we're missing, which would be a seeder. We are gonna need a we've got a roller. I think it might just be the seeder that we're missing. If that's the case, that's really good, as we now have equipment that can handle pretty much any seeder we want on here. Of course, we do need to get enough land, and I very much think that the area we have up the top here, this would make a great place for a trout pond, and in fact we have some trout, so I want to get a trout pond in next time. I think it's a great place for a trout pond, also a great place for us to put a new cow barn and cow pasture. Maybe see if we can get some milk off of Highland cows. I don't know if Highland cows are I'm not sure that they're a dairy breed. I think they may be more of a beef breed. And from that point of view, actually, we don't need to give food to everybody because, yeah, that's diminishing our cows. So we need to feed our cows as well. But yeah, at the moment, I don't know if they're a beef breed. I'd need to do a little bit of research on that. But if they are, then we can just get a beef barn up here. If not, if we can get dairy off them, which we probably can in the game because the way the game works. But if in real life that they do dairy as well. That went horribly wrong. then we might be able to put down a dairy shed as well. There we go. And as I said last time, we're going to be looking at either creating or rebuilding a yard on this map on Saturday's farm builds episode. So yeah, let me know. Lots of people want me to rebuild this yard, which we're kind of doing anyway, but we might have a crack with. I am just dropping these off either side and making a mess. I'm going to clean this up and we'll be right back. Right, I managed to tip it on its side, so now I should be able to go either side with books, pick it up and plonk it on, and hopefully without knocking the one off on the other side. I think that's in position. The fact that I'm hitting up against the other bale kind of suggests it is. So there and there. Right, just 2 more to go. Last one, and get that there. Stay on. Yeah, it is perfect. Right, with those on, we can strap all these down, and away we go. That should make us a pretty little penny. We have 21,000 litres of silage here, and it's only worth about £4,600 at best price. It is only 6 bales. I'm not overly surprised that that is how little it is. As I said, we lost 8 bales to that storm, so this should have been a fair amount more. So undo that, undo that, undo that. There. 6,449 actually, with a £568 environmental score. That is better than I was expecting, which is brilliant. So we are up to 20,000 today. Considering where we started and the fact that we bought that new tractor, that is brilliant. So I think we need to get both the sheep and the cows fed in order to keep them going. Let's bring around some grass bales. The sheep are very low. 2 of these should easily keep them going for a while, though. They've been producing wool quietly and efficiently for a while. And at some point, we will make a decent amount of money off the wool that they've got. That is currently worth only 5,000. Best price is in May. So looking like we're going to do our big wool sell-off later on. And that's looking good in May. The young trout are looking good at the moment, but we're looking to turn those into something far more profitable if we can put a trout pond down, which certainly with the money we've got we are looking at doing next time. Grass bales, we are down to our last 6. No, our last 5 after this. So we're gonna have to look at the end of the year, I think, our next cut of grass. Maybe making some hay to keep our animals fed. That would be very useful. Or possibly seeing what we can do for TMR and really get the health of our cows up. The thing that's really hitting our cows, we have meadow. What we need is water. So I need to go and grab some of that and do that job. Water is something that we very much keep forgetting on here. There's not a massive advantage though to putting this grass or these grass bales. In fact, I'm gonna just put that one in there. Really, we want to be doing this over the winter, and instead be better served with my time getting some water for these cows. We go such a long way to get the water all the time. I think we should look in the containers. The water tank would be 3,000. And yeah, that's probably my best bet, is to put a water tank in the yard. Where is going to be my best place to put this? I think over here. Just at the edge here. Somewhere where I can easily fill up. Just going to put it straight down. Like that. Great little water tank. And we'll get that. We can then just... It'll cost us to get water from there as opposed to getting free water from the river. But I think that is a much better option. It'll save us a lot of journeying to do that. And yes, there are free water towers and things that we can get our hands on. But for here, and for now, I think this is our better choice. So pull it up the sides. Refill the water. And now we should be able to keep our cows nicely watered. There we are. Dump the water in. And that will do them. And I think if we do that on a fairly regular basis, we'll be good. For now, though, I think we are all done on the farm today. I am going to do a little bit more baling with this. We won't get this field finished off. We'll probably finish off this with the T6 tomorrow. For now, I'm very happy with this T7. And I'm looking forward to see how we'll use it going forwards. We do have a lot of work to do on the farm today. We are going to need to get all of these fields done and sorted. First, though, we have a bit of a problem with this tractor. We've got no DEF in it, so we're going to need to place a DEF point. And I think here is going to be a great place to do it. So let's pop into the build mode here quickly. We kind of need a DEF point and a and somewhere to do fuel as well. So I think round here is as good as an area as any, because we have a fuel tank here, so we might try and get rid of that. There's a fuel tank there for 10,000. I think we're only going to want the one for 3,000, which we can put in there like that in a moment. First, I want to find the DEF point. That is okay. So that is a DEF point. We can plonk that there for. We put that there for 5,000, like so. And then I wonder if I can get rid of this fuel tank. We can take this out. Yeah, with the map object hider mod, we can get rid of that. And in its place, we will just put a small fuel tank. We don't have a huge amount of money, so a 5,300 for a fuel tank will work quite nicely. We will just place that evenly because this is fairly flat here, like so. There we go. Right. Start this up. There isn't a huge amount of fuel in this tractor, but we also don't have a huge amount of fuel of money for fuel either. So let's see. No, I don't want the petrol tank or the diesel tank. You definitely don't put petrol in one of these tractors. There we go. And start filling. So we don't fill the DEF, we don't fill the DEF tank. It works a bit like an electric tank. But yeah, there we are. That is now all full. So we'll take this little tractor and we will go hook this up to the baler. Do we have any fish? Oh, we have some fish. So ideally, we'd like to earn a little bit of money today, if we can. But we're going to need to. So let's hook this up. We're going to need a bale wrapper, and we're going to need the pond in as well at some point. So this is a little bit of an issue. I'm kind of wondering, we'll be able to earn some money off a bale wrapper. There's a cultivating contract actually not far from us. Harvesting contracts are all for things that we cannot harvest, I don't think. Oh, there's a sorghum one over there, 15 hours on that. So we could possibly get our combine down there to do that as well. I think let's send our big tractor then to go and earn some money cultivating on field 3. And I think we might try and send the combine down to go and sort. Where was it? There we go. No, the contract for the sorghum there. Okay, so if we accept that contract there, and we accept that contract there, that should bring us in a tidy little bit of cash. So first up, we've got our new T7 that can hook up to the cultivator, which is around here, and we'll send that off to do the first field, and then our middle tractor and the combine can go down the bottom and do the sorghum, and we will get extra money from that sorghum as well. So that is all going to be very worth doing. Field 3 up here on the right. There we go. Oh wow, even this field escaped. You can see the damage that the tornado did going from there through there. And this is, oh, this is grass at the moment. Yeah, so I wouldn't expect it to be damaged by the tornado. Right, and start the hired worker on that. So that work job will start. And then the second field is down just the other side of this yard here. Can I get my trailer into a position that's easy to get the header off without causing it to be in the way? I think for this, I'm just going to do that, and then we can drop this off here. That trailer is nicely out the way, and we can hook things up quickly. Perfect. That is gonna let us get started fairly quickly. It is already 20 to 10, and we only have 14 and a quarter hours left on this. So it is imperative now that I get this started. We'll get the tractor and trailer down here in a bit. For now, this header should go through this gateway. Yeah, no issues at all. We'll bring this here, and for this field, I'm going to use course play. So set my start point as here. Set my field as here. Fieldwork settings, we want 2 headlands. Headlands first. We want to be doing lands, and we want to generate fieldwork course. There we go. So that's all done. Bring this out. First waypoint. And that should, yeah, straight in, straight away, and gets going on this field. So with that all done, I can finally crack on with this. We should have, let's start up please. There we are. We should have enough money to get all of our jobs done today. And if we do, that is going to put us in a good place. If we don't, then it's going to be a bit tough to come back from it, I think. Collecting up all of these bales off these fields is going to be a fairly mammoth job. We're getting to the stage now where I think a bale stacker would be a really useful piece of equipment. So we might start having a look at that and seeing if we can get one. we need to be careful as far as money goes, because of course we're running fairly close to zero at the moment. But if we were to get one that really would speed things up, clearing these fields off and getting moving with the next step. Checking in on my combine, and the combine is full. That happened really quickly. So I've come down to the field in our TM175 with our budding trailer, and the combine has made it further around the field than I expected it to. Although it shouldn't be that surprising. It's 16% through the contract, and that's nearly a quarter of the way through. That's probably actually about a fifth of the way through the contract, so that's really good. That is going to mean that this is going to finish this a lot quicker than I'm expecting it to from the progress it's made. The cultivating, that is nearly done. That's going to be done fairly quickly, which is also good news. Now all I need to do is get this grass baled up and get this out of the way, and we'll be looking good. I think we might get one more bale off here if we are lucky. Oh, that's so very close. It's hit 90%. There's a little bit here, and oh, we got a little bit here as well. There's also a small amount by that bale over there that if I nudge the bale carefully, we might be able to get at. That is very close to a full bale, though. Kind of bale that we just go and give to the cows to keep them going. Yeah, there we are. Just right beside that bale there. Gives us 94%. So that is pretty good. Just need to see if there's anywhere else around here I can pick up some grass. But presuming that there won't be, that looks like where we are going to have this field done. That's a lot of bales off here. That is a really good number of bales off here. Much better than the previous load. Let's have a look. We have, in fact, no. Let's have a look here. 23. I think that's 26 bales. If I remember correctly, we started the bale counter with 3 bales having been baled. That is fantastic. So we'll turn this off. We will leave this bale up here. Like so. And the contract for the cultivator is finished, so we can get that tractor back to the farm. And with this field finished, this is sitting in this top corner here. So let's grab this. And I'm going to fold up cultivator. Get out of this field, head back, and we'll get 4,000 from this, so we'll be up to 9,000. Hopefully that's going to be enough to sort us a wrapper. Combine is getting fairly full. We've got lights on it, so we'll do this. I don't think we're going to get to the oat field today. We might do if we can get the wrapping done. But with these 2 contracts needing to be done at the same time, we are in a place where we are going to have to sort of get all of that done, get all of that stuff cleared next time before we turn that field around. And we should be able to turn that field around without too much trouble. Wow, sorghum is heavy. We can only take 59% full trailer. That is why this tractor is struggling on some of these slopes. Right, we better get this tipped quick and get back up here then, because that combine is going to be full very fast. Most of the initial carting for this contract is uphill, So we're pulling a heavy load of sorghum up the hill and up to the main roads. This tractor can't really get above 15 to 17 miles an hour doing that. Once we hit the top here, it starts to become a lot easier, and we end up with a sort of a downhill stretch to our sell point. But the sell point is right in town, so it's quite a long way, and you can see that our combine has just filled up its tank again. So we've only really gone about halfway to our destination before that's happened. We're gonna have to keep a closer eye on that. We don't really want to get more than 30% off the first tank, and even then we just basically want to empty the combine before it hits a full second tank, because there just isn't enough time to get it unloaded and get back. Now, sell point for this is right over the back here in the logistics. No, where is this? This is, oh no, it is Logistics Center West. So yeah, we are in Logistics Center West. So we want to tip this here, and then we'll send this back to the field and get the combine emptied again. We are nearly halfway through this harvesting contract though, so as I expected, it's accelerated quite a bit now that we've got into it. While our combine's heading back to the field, the T6 is down here at the shop because firstly we need to complete this contract, so we'll collect on that. Just check that there aren't any cultivating contracts that have come up. There aren't. There are a couple of fertilizing contracts, but I don't think either of those is really worth it. So now that we have a little bit of money in the bank, let's pop into the shop and see if we can get something to get our bales wrapped. There is a Bednar cedar in here. 240 horsepower though is more than our T7 can do. So that would be nice. And that is cheap, but it's not really something that is overly useful for our farm, unfortunately. And I think we can get a cheaper planter when we need it now, cedar when we need it next month. What we need now is a wrapper, and we could get the wheel. In fact, I think this is probably going to be my best bet. So let's customize that. And we're going to go with we don't want the bale on end turner, so we're fine there. We're going to go with Trelleborg wheels, standard, and we're going to go with the black wrap. And congratulations to Kiwi Medic. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so Kiwi Medic, I've dropped the E to make it fit. That will be the number plate for this. And that is on the back. So thank you for your support. And we are gonna, I think, hire purchase this. We're gonna want to do a lot of wrapping, and we can easily cover the cost. So let's spend the maximum pretty much we can. I think to be safe, we'll start with 30%, and we'll go for $1.5 grand. So we'll go with purchase option 2. That seems to be the best sort of coverage for everything. So let's purchase that. Okay. Right. So that does add a little bit more each month, but this is one of those items that should pay for itself. This tractor needs to go into the workshop. Definitely needs to go into the workshop. Yeah. She's having wonderful fun starting. There we go. Right. And we'll get this hooked up. And we'll go and wrap some bales. That is, of course, once we've unloaded our harvester and got that moving again. Tractor is up at the field. In we go. And where's our combine? There it is. Yeah, so that's making good progress through the field. We just have probably only one more full trailer actually off here. Oh, and the combine hasn't made space for us. So I'm going to have to back it out and manually empty this myself. Don't know why combine didn't make space. Normally it would. And it's a wee bit odd for it to be not doing that. Don't want to hit the tractor. We're okay. And then get the auger out and we'll empty this out and we'll see how much this fills the trailer actually, because that will really tell me how full I should look for the trailer when I'm driving alongside for the combine to be empty. And the answer to that is 38%. So yeah, that's not ideal for how much we know we can fit into this trailer. That ends up causing us a little bit of trouble. So we'll bring this up and we want to go from nearest waypoint and set that off again. And we're up to the corner here with the other one, with our little T6. And that then can start getting these wrapped. Yeah, and I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. We'll drive these up to the top. It'll take a little bit longer to do, but the field will at least be clear and we won't need to then get our forklift up here and do that. Maybe I can make a neater set of bales up here if I'm really careful. About half the field is cleared. We've got a nice row of bales up here. Backing this in and unloading it is an interesting challenge. You can see, just trying to get it up here like so and off. But we've got a nice row of bales there, and this means that we're going to have a nice clear field when we come to need to do anything on it. I think we probably going to want to put some fertilizer on this if we can. At the moment, we really need to get the oat field cleared, but I don't have anything like this. I'm going to have to use the forks to do that. But that job shouldn't take too long next day, I don't think. I think we'll clear that off and we can have the cultivator. Whoa! Going behind. I didn't see the second bale there. Where did that second bale come from? Never mind. We will get this going and then we'll come back for that other one in a minute. We need a few more bales to go. We've got a pretty big collection up the top here. And so many bales on this field. Way more than I expected. If we do have a good sale at the end of the year, these will actually bring us in a really decent amount of cash. I'm having to circle around this bale at the top here because that one there, that's the incomplete bale. Okay, it's a 94% full bale, but I don't want to really get it included in this. So I'm trying to work my way around it and avoid it. Otherwise, yeah, this has gone fairly smoothly. 6 more bales to go, and then we'll be done for the day on this field. More worrying is that the harvest is still going. We're only 62% of the way through it. So I think that might go into the evening. Speaking of which, the combine needs emptying. I think There won't be much more to get off this field. It should be fairly simple to finish off because of the amount that we can hold. I'm going to get moving because, yeah, that combine is going to move faster than I think. And we're not going to be able to take much more than much more than maybe 2/3 of a tank off this. So the combine has quite a long way to go. And yeah, there we go. We're full again. Down to my last 2 bales to wrap. I can see the tractor carting the sorghum heading towards the sell point, and our combine is full again already. So there's still a way to go with that contract. We will get it finished, but it might be that I have to finish it off camera, as we have just the single bale to go. But yeah, there's still another 5 hours on it. It'll go into the evening and we'll get that finished off, and then tomorrow that'll give us a load of extra cash to play with, because we're gonna have to get a seeder, and we're gonna have to get the oat field turned around. So there's a lot of work to get done on that next month. But if we are going to get it so that we're able to double crop with green beans next year, we've got to get the barley in fairly quickly next month. So we'll get that done. All in all, I think we're good. Can we fold this up? Yeah, we fold this up. We'll get this away. We've got the single grass bale that can be fed to the cows. We have quite a big job ahead of us today. We need to clear this field off. We have to get all of these bales taken off, and then we need to get this field cultivated, and we need to prepare it for seeding. Whether we get barley in here today, I don't know, but we do need to make sure that this field is ready for planting, because the barley has to go in this month if we have any hope of actually getting a double crop off here. So I'm going to get all these bales collected off. That will then free the field up. We want to give it a quick check, actually. What are we like? So nitrogen on here is awful, but the pH value is good. So I think we should be all right just to turn the field round. I'm not expecting there to be much of a problem, and we can sort the nitrogen value out once the crop has been planted, and we'll have plenty of time to do that. Our other big problem today, as you can probably see, is that we lack money. We are sitting here with just, well, we're sitting here in the minus at the moment. £244. And mainly thank you to the contract we finished overnight. We had another hour or so work doing on the sorghum. We also sold the excess sorghum. I didn't hold on to that because we needed the money. So basically that is where the money overnight has come from. Thankfully, what it will mean is that our 5G tower will generate some cash for us today. And while we're clearing these bales off, I'm hoping that it's going to generate us maybe enough to get set up with a seeder. Certainly by the time we've got the cultivating done on here, I'm expecting us to have enough cash. If we don't look to plant this field until tomorrow, then we should definitely have enough money to get hold of a seeder and get this job done in time. Just gone 9 o'clock and our negative money has turned into positive thanks to that 5G tower. So now we should be able to get a seeder probably after the next hour. However, I'm not going to immediately do it. We'll let the money build up a little bit and go from there. At the moment, I'm looking fairly hopeful, I think. One thing I do need to check is how many months some of our hire purchasers have, because if any of our hire purchasers are about to complete, that is going to free up some money for us, which will be very useful. We of course also have sell-offs in the next couple of months. We should be able to sell off these straw bales as we get into winter. We'll also be able to sell off some of the silage bales, and we've also got this year's oats off here to sell off as well. So plenty of places for us to make money. And yeah, I think if we're going to do a quick turnaround next year in order to properly double crop on here, we are probably going to have to get some sort of bale stacker, because we're going to have 2 days to get this field harvested, baled, the bales collected, and turned around for green beans. That is going to be an exceptionally quick job. Final 2 bales off the field. I think that bale over there is a partial bale, which is why I placed it off to the side. We will double check that. I also want to go and get the partial grass bale we've got and just put that in with the cows. I have already checked the cows. They have enough water. For some reason, they are not at full health, which is a little bit worrying. So we need to figure out why that is. Partly because we're going to be selling some soon. Yeah, that's partial bale. That's only got 2,735 litres in it. So let's go get the grass bale, put that in. But yeah, our row of bales here is looking pretty good. I am very happy with that, and we're coming up to 10 o'clock, so we're about to get another small infusion of money that will help us along. But the next thing is we're going to be getting out our new T7 and putting that to work behind the cultivator and get this field done. And the nice thing about the T7 is we've got the GPS on it, so that is going to make the job so much easier. So grass bale goes in here. Dump that off. That's filling that up. Perfect. Right, I want to get my wheel loader out of the way then, and we will get the T7 out. So this is exactly why we have this piece of kit on the farm doing the bigger jobs. It is overkill for this, but we'll be able to get a decent sized seeder when it comes to it. I think that automatically connected up. Never mind. Right, so now that's done, I am not mulching this field this year. We learned that lesson last year. We spent a whole load of money leasing a mulcher and did not need it. It absolutely was unnecessary. I don't like the shape of this, so we are going to not do an offset. Nope, we're going to do 0 degrees. Yeah, that is a good shape for this. And then we can start this side of the field and work our way across. Okay, that will do us. Unfold that, bring this round, and yeah, line ourselves up here. Down we go, and off we go. We should have this field done fairly quickly. Now, one of the advantages of using the GPS is that we can very easily skip rows, make our turns much easier, much less sharp, line ourselves up easier, and then we have a straighter cultivator when we're into the next row. Yes, it makes these nice stripes on the field, and it means that we end up finishing back towards one of our entrances. Whether we end up at the top end of the field there or the bottom end of the field there, we're in a good place for when we want to. We're positioning ourselves to finish up on this field nicely. So what is the state of our current hire purchase setup? We have, doesn't tell. Yeah, here we go. Monthly cost in the 175 is still pretty high. We have a lot of final fees this month, though. We've got 3 different things that are going to save us quite a bit of money per month after this month. So yeah, that's not too bad. There we are. Lift that. Get into this row. I think we've got one more little row at the end. So have a look back in here. So we've got that finishing in 2 months. That's going to have a huge final fee. Then yeah, we've got a lot of time on the T7. We've got a lot of remaining costs and things, but most of this we're looking fairly good for. So I'm happy, and we're going to have a lot of our monthly cost disappear after the end of this month with the 175s HP ending, and then we're gonna have well, nearly another year with this tractor, but that is fine. That is kind of what I expected. And if we get into a position where we are able to pay this tractor off, we probably will. I would still like to get another field going, but if we can double crop this, that's like getting another field going. Just coming up to midday, and we are on the second to last row, so we're going to end up at the top end of the field. So I'll basically align my cultivator starting point on the headlands for the field entrance that's up that way, and that way we can make sure that we end at the right point. I think I've got a small tuft over there that I've missed, so we might have to fix that up. But in general, this is looking fairly good. Our cultivator is running well, and when we come to do this field, we should be good. What we'll have to do over the winter next year is we're gonna have to get this field plowed, and I think we do have a plow. If I remember correctly, we do actually have a plow, so shouldn't be a massive issue. Yeah, that's where we want to end up. I have put my cultivator down slightly early, but that is fine. We'll be all right. Coming up to 1 o'clock, and there's quite a bit of difficult maneuvering at the top end of this field. It's quite sharp, actually, the way this field rounds up the top here. And in order to catch everything, you've got to sort of move around a bit, but it's all good. We seem to have covered everything, so down and through. And I've done something at the top end here. So this comes round and in at the top here. This continues all the way around the guidance line for this. And you can see where on the previous line, what I've done is I've got to that point there where we're going to line up pretty nicely with the entrance. And then I just slide across here so that I slide onto the outer one. And that way we'll just be able to slide out of the field at that point onto that roadway without too much hassle. And now we're up to the last little bit, and as we get to here, we'll gradually turn around, get the rest of that, and we're done. Perfect. Right, with that field done, and it being 10 to 2, we're in a fairly good position. I'm half tempted to put the TM175 out with a contract to see if it can go and earn its keep. So if I drop this off here like this, we'll see if there is a cultivating contract. which there is. There's also bale wrapping. Oh, bale wrapping really. Oh no, that cultivating contract's no good. However, the T6 we can send to go and do that. Otherwise, there's not a huge amount of stuff. So yeah, we actually need to hook this back up and stick this in the shed. And then we can head down to the shop, I think, and see if we can get ourselves a seeder. That way we can get this tractor started on that job. But first, yeah, let's send this down to the shop now. And while that's heading down to the shop, what we can do is go and set up that bale wrapping contract. So let's accept that. Yes. We can then pop out, hook that up to there. This will then go up to the top field. And there should be a good selection of bales up here, which is utterly fantastic. So I love courseplay because with the normal hide worker, you can't do what I'm about to do. We will go in on the course, field work, bale, collect, wrap. There we go, and start that job. And this should head off and just wrap all the bales on this field. Oh man, it repaired it. So this might give us a big problem now, because suddenly I only have 193 pounds. So yeah, that is a huge problem. Something to remember, actually, we can do this in here. Something to remember when you are running courseplay is that in here, in the fieldwork settings, you need, no, it's in the tractor drive settings here. You need to turn off the repairs. It's in here somewhere. Also, by lab reversing. There is a. It might be in the overall settings. There we go. Automatic repair. Don't repair. We need to turn that on. Fuel threshold. Yeah. Fuel threshold release if it hits 0. Waits for refueling. We don't want that. Broken threshold is 100. Yeah. Stop harvest while it's raining. Activated. Yeah. Okay. So that is what I should have turned off and forgot to turn off, and therefore the tractor cost me 5 grand. What I have done is left my cultivator attached. So yeah, in a waste of fuel, I've got to go back to the farm and drop this off. But by the time we've done that, we might have enough money to be able to get the seeder. Might being the operative word here. Okay, so let's try this again. I must have just rushed and not attached this before I send it down. I didn't notice. What really annoys me is I didn't notice at all. But it's just gone 3 o'clock. Right, let's head down to the shop, see if we can actually afford to, at the very least, lease a seeder. I would like to try and buy one, but to be honest, with only one field, it's not really worth it. We might as well lease one until a very good offer comes up. Yeah, let's go and have a look at that. I'm hoping that for 1,102, we might be able to get something leased. Okay, so let's see what's in the shop. I'm going to park on the keep clear sign, and in we go. So under seeders, well, there is that. Does that actually have a seeding range, or is this not a seeder? No, this is not a seeder. Right, so we got a few options here. We do have the Vatstad 400C for 38,000. I prefer the JetX. I really like this. This is one we used last year to hire purchase that we don't have enough deposit. To lease that, we don't have enough money. So yeah, it's gonna either we sell something or we wait in order to lease this, which is very annoying. So while I wait, I thought I'd have a quick check, and we are out of fish food, and we need that in order to keep our young trout going. So how much is a pallet of fish food? 2,600. We need fish food. We got a lot of stuff that repairing that tractor has caused us a problem with. So as we have yet to actually get a pond, looking at the young trout are currently not worth a huge amount of money. It's June for that, whereas trout in general would be June. So the other thing I need to do is I need to get a pond set up. There has been a cultivating contract up here, but it is not worth traveling all the way up to the castle for. However, there are a lot of harvesting contracts that have come in. Potatoes, carrots. Or again, nothing that we have machines for. There's a hoeing contract on 27 though. Do we have a hoe? What is our piece of kit here in the weeders? That's the Landstall plant care. Is that a hoe? Because if that is a hoe, I will take the TM175 and go and do that job and earn us 6 grand. So this is just a weeder. Annoyingly, starts going to only be used on the first grade. Hose pull out small. Maybe this is a hoe. I can only try, but it seems to be covered as both. Now this seems to think that it's finished the job, but it's only 91% complete, which suggests that it's missed a bale. Can I find this missing bale, or is it that this is actually short bale? Oh no, there, look, there it is, middle of the field. I've returned the T7 down to the shop because just realized this contract is so near completion that we might as well grab the seeder with that money. And while that last bale is wrapping, just going ease into the back here with the TM175 and see if we can send this up to the field that it will want to be on. So we are going to accept that contract, okay, which has plenty of hours on it. And then we'll take this tractor, set its destination, and we want that to park itself there. Hopefully, this will have no problem doing that. Meanwhile, unload this. Fold this up. There we go. Right, and we'll get this back. And then we will definitely now have enough money to go and get ourselves a seeder. Okay, so back down the shop. We can now complete this contract. Now we have the money back. I don't think we're going to be able to start the seeding today, but we can at the very least grab ourselves a seeder. And as I said, I want to go with this one. To lease this is it's gonna cost us about as much as a single day's, as our initial cost on that. So I'm gonna lease this we will be fine with that, and we'll get most of that back, so that will be a good thing to lease. We are also going to need a pallet of seeds, so we will buy that as well. We have got some seeds, and then finally we want to get another New Holland weight, I think, so we'll grab one of these to go on the front of our T7 as well. Yes, okay, right, so let's jump in this and head down to the back here, where we should have everything that we've just got hold of. Yeah, there is our seeder and our front weight. We've got our seeds left over actually from earlier in the year. Right, but that, sort that one. Come over here, we'll hook this up. This tractor, again, more than powerful enough to handle this seeder. This tractor will be great for if we were to get some bigger equipment. Does this do green beans? That would be fantastic if it did. Not that we're going to hold on to it long enough to do that. Peas, spinach. No, it doesn't. So we need a separate machine to plant green beans, which is why green beans aren't quite as good as doing the combination of oats and what was it? It was oats and carrots. Although, again, yeah, we can't plant carrots. So the reason why it's better with this actually, with the carrots, is because carrots you can do with much smaller equipment. Right, leaving another small pallet of seeds down here. We'll have to come and get those later, because I bet we've probably got some seeds actually up at the farm as well that we unloaded from last year. So we might not have got the seeds in the ground, but we are ready to go with the T7. So I'm just going to bring it up here. We'll park it on the field, ready to go tomorrow. I will make sure that we have the right crop, which is going to be the barley. So that is nicely set up. Over here, down at field 27, we have a contract that is ready to go as well. So this tractor is all set up, prepped for the next day. We are getting stuck into planting the barley today. Our hoeing contract has started out on the other side of the map, and before I can actually get cracking into the barley, we just need to move some of our wool here. We've run out of space for the sheep to create more, so we want to get these pallets out of the way. We unfortunately, these won't be sellable really until April. I found out there's not really a lot of money in them until then, so we're just gonna get these moved out of the way. We'll stack them up over here. They're nicely bundled together, and that way we'll be able to then load them up and get them sold when they're ready to go. It's weird, there looks like there's space for 3 stacks side by side here, but it wouldn't allow more than 2. This is why we ran out of space, because I thought I had enough space to get a full 3 stacks there, and it really only has space for 2. So we've had it where we've lost a little bit of wool because we've not been able to get the full 3 or 6 stacks that should be there. So let's drop this down, make it nice and flat, and just back off. Yeah, that's running the running our forks along the ground, so it meant that they went out of the way. Anyway, that's got that done. We're nice and quickly done there. So let's get out on the field and start getting that barley in. We've got to not only get the barley in today, we need to get the field weeded and rolled as well. So lots to do on there, and we'll get a nice little boost from the hoeing contract, hopefully. I did want to just check on this. This does seem to be doing the job because it is at 3%. And it's going through the middle of the field. We have a look at the map here and just have a look at the weeds. Yes, it is clearing all the weeds off here. So this, I think this is a dual weeder and hoe, the piece of kit we got on the back of here, which is a fantastic bit of kit. Because I know the question will come up, having said that, this is the Landstyle Plant Care 600, which is from the Landstyle Machines Pack mod. So, yeah, if you're looking for this dual weeder hoe setup, because it does act as both, apparently. Because if it was just a hoe, it would just say hoes. And if it was just a weeder, it would just say weeders. This says both. So I think this has the function of both. But with confirming that that is all working, we can get this started up. We've got barley already selected. You want to lift back. There we go. Right. And then as we did when we were cultivating, we want to show this. See, this is weird. This goes straight lines automatically, unlike our cultivator, which wanted to go at a slightly weird curve. I'm not going to do that little line at the corner there. I don't think we need to. I think we will capture everything. So let's start this up. And just want to bring the lines back. Yeah. Down it goes. And I've managed to lower both the front and the back. So let's lift that. Right. And then turn that off. And I think we're good. As with the previous work we did on here with the cultivator, we are putting stripes into the field, working our way across the field and then back. This is going to take a little bit longer. This is only a 4-meter bit of kit, whereas the original cultivator we were using was 6 meters. But it's going fairly well. I did like this. We had this on here last year. We planted the oats with this, so it is a good piece of kit. I think leasing it to do this year is a very good idea. It makes a lot of sense to only have this while we're doing it, especially as the second crop we're going to do in this double cropping is the is green beans, and we can't plant green beans with this. If it was a crop we could plant with this, it would be worth holding on to. But as it isn't, I think it's worth waiting until we can get something secondhand and save ourselves a big chunk of money that way. Right, up again and on to the next row. So we've got a medium level of seed usage on here, which is not too bad. At the far side where we had the loam, it was a low level, and we had a little bit of a higher level as we moved across the field. But here, well, here in fact the seed level you can see has now switched to a high level usage. So this field is very variable. There's quite a lot of movement everywhere with it. It needs a very variable setup on it. On this side here, I think let's just get that moving. We are looking at some loamy sand, I think. Yeah, so we've got loamy sand running up here in the middle here, where we've got the medium seed usage. We got some sandy loam, and then running down the far side of the field here is where we've got the loam. So this field mainly has the loam, the sandy loam across it. Thankfully, no silty clay or anything that would really hit our crops badly. So it's not a bad field at all. This gives us a very sort of average yield, a little bit above 100%. but we're never going to hit the maximum on here, unfortunately. 20 to 12, and we have made it all the way across the field. We're now on our way back, filling in our stripes, and this is going well. Our seed usage is sitting at 29% so far, so we will have plenty of seeds left in this. I'm wondering if we'd be able to make enough money actually off a contract with this seeder. Let's have a quick look in here and see what's available. I think I did see at least 1 or 2 seeding contracts. There's a couple of cultivating. Yeah, there's a sowing contract for wheat on 37 that's worth 6,000. We could do that. I think we could send this off to do that, although it might take a good chunk of the rest of the day to get that done. So I'm not 100% sure. We've got a few other jobs that need doing this afternoon on here. So the we need to get this field, as I said, rolled, and we also need to get it weeded. So the TM175, I'm hoping that's going to get finished in the not too distant future. We're still sitting at 55% done on that. Not the end of the world, actually, I think, if we don't get it done today, because that weeder, as I said, has that dual weeding and hoeing capabilities. So any weeds that do pop up on this field, we should be able to deal with that hoe pretty much immediately. So that's very good news. But this field does need rolling before the end of the day, otherwise that won't be able to be sorted beyond today. So with that, the other jobs that we need to do is we need to keep top up the water on our cows. Those, I need to keep them healthy now. We seem to have failed to really breed any more Highland cattle, unfortunately. But what we could do with is getting the ones that are now getting near selling age, making sure we keep them as healthy as possible. I don't think they're going to breed before we look to sell them now, unfortunately. But if we can keep their health high, then we will end up with a good bit of income. They're worth about 3.5 grand each, fully aged and everything. So we got 5 of those to sell. That is gonna be somewhere in the region of about 20,000 for our 5 cows, if we can do that. So that would be absolutely fantastic to make the money off those. And I might buy some calves as well, just to make up for the fact that we've been unable to breed them, because I keep missing the fact that they run out of water. So yeah, hopefully that will work. And also we need more fish food. Our fish breeding has come to a standstill. I really want to get the pond in next month as well, so we're aiming to do that. We have got quite a bit of outgoing at the end of this month. The TM175 needs paying off, and some various other bits and pieces pay off as well. So it's going to be an expensive month, but I think we should be able to move forward very nicely after after that pain has passed. Final row, and now we're on to the headlands. So let's lift up here, and I'm going to do something very similar to what I did with the previous with the cultivating. We're going to start off here, and then we're going to move out slowly, targeting the exit to the field, and hopefully that should finish us in a good place. That means we're not doing too much traveling that we don't have to. Now that I've got started on the headland, I think what we want to do is get the roller going. That can go in the middle of the field without much issue. A little bit further back. It's going to automatically connect. No, this is not that kind of hitch. There we go. Right, this we want to take up to the field, get a hired worker going. I think we want at least 2 headlands on it in order for it to do the field properly. We'll bring this over here. We'll go over the grass. And yeah, 2 headlands. Perfect. Let's see if you can get this job done right. I hope so. Yeah. And it's going well within where we've planted. So yeah, that's all good. This is why I find 3 tractors on the farm the sweet spot. We've got our larger tractor here doing the planting. We've got another tractor off doing a contract, and we've got our 3rd tractor then filling in the gap and doing the rolling so everything moves forward smoothly. Really, really love it when it works as well as this. And everything just feels like a well-oiled machine at this point. We want to keep this kind of level. This is absolutely, this is why 3 tractors is exactly where I like to be. And if when I don't have 3 tractors on a farm, when I am just running with 1 or 2, I do very much feel the whole thing of it not quite working as it should. So yeah, this is good news. It's working well. We do have a little bit of overlap with the rollers and the end of the row here, so I might have been a little bit quick to do this, but I think the roller is still going to cover that bit when it comes back. So yeah, it's going to be absolutely fine. Just moved across to our final headland. It is 23 in the afternoon, so we don't really have enough time to send this onto a contract. But I think what we'll do is we'll finish off this field. We'll get this returned. I want to try and consolidate all of the seed I've got. So I think we'll take it down to the shop. We'll fill up with the seed that's down in the shop in this. We'll fill up with any seed we've got up here, because we very possibly have that. And then we will bring it back up. Our weeder has finished its contract, so I'm going to get that collected and get that tractor back to the farm when we're done. I don't think we've got enough time to hoe this today, so I'm very much hoping that that is not going to be a problem. And we're going to gamble on the fact that that piece of kit can handle whatever weeds crop up on this field next time, and that way we will have both weeding to do on this field, and we'll have the fertilizing to do on this field as we go into October. So that will spread the work a little bit as well. I'm also hoping that we might end up with enough money at the beginning of next month to get the ponds in and to start breeding some adult trout as well, but we'll see how that goes. Coming to the end of the field now, and it's 3:10, so yes, trying to start a contract with this would be a very bad idea. I don't think we'd get anywhere. So I need to get this washed. I need to get all the seeds unloaded for it. First, I'm gonna hook up our trailer here to the car. We'll head down to the shop. We'll load up the remaining seeds from there. We'll bring them back to here. And we'll also see if we can pick up a couple of pallets of fish food, I think. So one slightly odd thing I've noticed about this Skoda as I'm driving it down here, it's got a manual transmission. That's an automatic gearbox that it appears to have. So I don't know what's going on there. That's just a little bit strange. Yeah, why it's got a manual transmission when it has an automatic inside is a little bit weird. A few things that are interesting that are available. There's an MV track. We don't need anything of that kind of power range, but really interested to see that in the shop. What we need, though, is down here in the pallets. We need a couple of pallets of fish food. So let's grab those. That's going to be just over £5,000. So let's grab 2 pallets of that and buy and yes. Okay. And then if we head back out and head around the back, we've got the JCB forklift down here. I think we're open on the left-hand side. Yeah. And we'll load everything that's down here onto the back of this trailer and get it all back up to the farm. That way we'll have everything where it should be and not just hanging around at the shop as 1 pallet of seeds here has been for a year. Yeah, there's only 50 liters of seeds on both these pallets. Then we get the fish food on there as well. Just that off slightly. Make sure I'm not pushing down on the trailer. And yeah, there we go. That's all on there. And pop this back up in its slot at the back here. And we're done. Strap those down. Strap that down. And off back to the farm we go. But first I'm going to come up here and drop off the fish food. Get that all working again. We've got 3 pallets of young trout ready to go here, which is great news. Are we close enough? No, we're not. Might have to reverse this in. There goes one. There goes the other. Perfect. Right. And then we're going to bring this back around to the seeder, unload the rest of what we've got here in, and see if I can work out where I put these spare seeds last time, because we used about the same number of seeds. So open up the cover, refill this, close the cover. Right, where are the seeds? Because we've got spare lime over there. Not got any spare seeds in there. Don't believe we have any spare seeds over here. Nope. Nothing in that shed there. If I did have a spare pallet of seeds from last year, I'd need to go back and watch the video again. But it looks like we didn't have any spare seeds left over last year, which is a little bit weird, because it doesn't feel like we should have been left with anything. Or it feels like we should have been left with a big pile of seeds, but I can't find them, so we will just get this trailer and the car out the way, unload this, and find somewhere to store these seeds for next year. It might be that we ran out because we did the grass field, but I'm not really banking on that. I think we have a pile of seeds somewhere around this farmyard that I have completely forgotten about. So now that the car's away, we want to unload the seeds. They're over there. One. Don't tell me there's another one in here. How many are in this then? Oh, it's only 500 liters of seeds. Okay. And we need to watch this because we will get a load of money back from having a nice clean, or we will, it won't cost us anything actually if we return a nice clean seeder. So give that a good wash. I might as well wash my tractor while I'm at it as well. So give us a nice clean tractor. Front weight's probably a bit mucky as well. Yeah, that won't take much cleaning. That's done too. Right, so return that. Double check we've got no seeds in this. No, we haven't. Right, let's come and ask them to collect it. So in here we've got the seeder, so we will return that. Yes, and we'll return that. Yes. Gives us 860 back minus a couple of pound in running cost. That is really good. Very happy with that. And this can now go into the shed and out the way, and we'll get those seeds moved somewhere a little bit better for their storage. I think the best place to store these probably going to be in the main shed. I don't think there's anywhere else really that's undercover and out of the way. Maybe in the actual grain store would possibly be a place, but I'm just gonna put it along this wall here, out the way, and then I don't have to worry about it. And also, it's blatantly obvious when I come to it next year and go, where's that pile of seeds I had? I don't think it's enough. It's going to be enough to do what we need to, but I think it might be just a nice little top up. Roller is done, so we'll move this off the field. And the last job I need to do with this today is we need to just go drop these rollers off and go and grab ourselves the water trailer so that we can top up the cows. Not massively necessary, but as I said, I don't want them running out of water. We can do that fairly quickly, and this is why we got this water refill point here. Yes, it does cost me money to refill from it, but I don't have to go all the way down. We need to find a way of doing water cheaper, really. Once you get the pond up here, actually, we'll be able to try and get some water from that, if I can work out that. But for now, we'll unload some water with this. And then it's time for this tractor to head home. So, been a pretty productive day on the farm today. We have got lots done. We can collect the hoeing contract here. That gives us another 6,616. We've got some water in with the cows, so the cows should be happy now. And as the light is fading, everything's done on the farm today. Next time, we need to get our brand new field of barley weeded, and we'll need to get some fertilizer on there as well. So come and see if we manage to get both of those bits done. We have got to deal with these weeds. This is our top priority today. However, our secondary priority is that we are out of cash. We've had several of our hire purchases complete in the last, at the beginning of this month. And therefore, we need to cover the money that those cost. I think we have GPS on this tractor. We do. So we will okay that, and we'll use that for this field. So yeah, it's going to be a case of trying to get this done as quickly as possible, and then heading over and doing some contracts. Now, we've got quite a few cultivating contracts and some well-paying cultivating contracts that we can attack. Unfortunately, because we are so far in the red, we are going to have to do those manually ourselves. So it's all going to be a case of how quickly can we get these jobs done today. Now, something I was a little bit concerned about last time that we do have this time, and can confirm this time, is our weeder here, which I believe was a dual weeder and hoe, does appear to be exactly that. We are dealing with these medium-sized weeds without any issue on here, so that has turned out absolutely perfect. We are able to get rid of the larger weeds with this. I think this has become my favorite weeder in the game now. Definitely a high recommendation from me. It's available on the mod hub as part of the Livestock pack, and go grab it. It is a cracking bit of kit. That is the headland finished, and making good time. It's only 2 minutes past 9. So we're going to continue our way through this field. Something I thought about as I was doing these headlands is we might need to get some fertilizer on here as well. I'm going to work my way from this side of the field to the other so that we finish up near the farm. But yes, I do need to just quickly stop here and we'll have a look. Yeah, nitrogen level is bad. So one thing we are going to have to do is get the spreader on here. That's probably going to be a job for next time. I want to get these weeds off here now, go and earn some money from the cultivating, and then we've got a job to do on our farm next time that we can do, and then continue to earn money there as well. Also, I'm beginning to look at the fact that it is October. We're heading towards time to start selling stuff, so we've got to keep an eye on that as well. And I'm going to check our best prices later because we've got a good amount of silage bales that we can sell off this year. We're not looking to immediately feed those to the cows. I want to do that, I think, once maybe we get the cows off that grass field. I want to look at that, but at the moment the silage is much more useful to us as something we can sell and make some cash off. Some of these areas of weeds on this field are really thick. Getting them off this early is going to be very useful, and is going to improve our yield quite nicely, especially in those thicker areas. So this is a job that is well worth doing, way more than doing the mulching on here. Although if we're looking at doing double cropping going forwards, I certainly think that having a mulcher might help us even more, because 2 lots a year off here would be really good. So I think my next thing is to look for a mulcher in the sales. If we can get one nice and cheap, that is going to benefit us a whole lot more. Coming up on the final row on this field, and it is just coming up to 11 in the morning, so we've got through this nice and quick. That means that we should be able to crack on with some cultivating work today and earn a little bit of extra money. The 5G tower is also doing its job. It has got us back down to only 7,500 in the red. So we should be able to be clear of that today and start earning some money, especially if we can go grab a contract which pays more money than our remaining outstanding debt. So let's go and take this back to the farm, I think, and then we'll switch over to the T7 and get that out. First though, we've got a fair amount of mud on this, so let's give this a clean up. This is what happens when I actually have a pressure washer on the farm. I remember to wash my kit, especially if it's in a place where I can easily access it on a regular basis. So tractor's all washed, weeder is all washed, and the weight is all washed. We can just go and put this all away, and then we'll go and jump in the T7, and we'll head out to one of the cultivating contracts and get started on that. We should be clear. Yeah, we should be back in the clear fairly quickly after that. Right, let's hook up our cultivator. Get that all hooked up there. Before I head out though, just want to have a look at what the prices are like. Silage is at best price, and we got 98,000 liters of it. We're going to turn this off. That can wait. How much money can we make from that? We can make 22,000 from silage, and I cannot ignore that. That is That is money that we won't be able to make otherwise. And I was talking about selling the silage bales over the winter. Yeah, this is a big sell for the silage bales. We're going to have to go and do it probably in a couple of loads by the looks of things. So let's get the TM175 out. Let's go grab our little flatbed and get those silage bales loaded up, because that is an unexpected bonus to get those silage bales sold today. Did not expect that we might be able to do that at all. My question now is, with so many silage bales, can we, how quickly can we load all these up? This does suggest we're going to need a bigger trailer, because at the moment we can only fit maybe a dozen of these on here, maybe, or we might be able to fit 20 if we can get them 3 high. Then we might be able to get more on here than I expect. So yeah, let's have a go, see what we can do. I'm gonna have to fiddle about a little bit to get it on, but yeah, I think we should be able to do this without too much hassle. I think my plan is going to be to get one of these trailers sold, make the money off that, pay off our remaining debt that we've got on here, or as in the money that we owe at the moment. And then what we can do is go and set the cultivator off doing the job itself. So we can send a hired worker out to go and do the cultivating while we continue to sell all of these silage bales. And that way we can make the most amount of money today. I want to get the fish pond in. Look at all of the salmon or the trout we have. So we need to get the pond in. A couple of ponds, I think, actually are going to be useful to us. So we need to get those sorted today. And the only way we're going to be able to do that... oh, no, I don't mean to cut the bale. I keep cutting the bales open. They'll still take them. But, yeah, it looks a bit weird. Right, so we'll get one more bale on each. We'll get those all sold. And then we will be able to get the cultivator started, earning some money from that. We should make, I think we're probably getting about half our bales on this trailer. And that would mean that we can get the cultivator running and make some money that way. And that actually is going to maximize the amount of money we can make today. This is going to be a bit tight getting that on there. Yeah, in fact, that lifted that off. A rare at the moment going out of the cab to get this on, but the only way I think I can get that and see what I'm doing. Right, one more to go. This feels like a very weirdly loaded trailer. In fact, yeah, it is slightly loaded into the slightly loaded lopsided, so we're going to be very careful when turning right, because the trailer will try and tip over that side. Definitely need a bigger trailer. This trailer is overloaded and badly loaded, and as a result it is definitely going to be a bit of a precarious journey, but it's got a fairly big tractor on it, so hopefully that will be fine. Okay, so that is all loaded up. Let's unfasten, fasten tension belt, unfasten, fasten tension belt, fasten and fasten tension belt. Right, let's turn this off and go and see if we can successfully deliver these silage bales. Yeah, this tractor was the right choice. If I'd put the T6 on, I think we'd have been over by now. But that is not that well stacked. Animal Dealer is where we're selling these. It's just down at the bottom of the hill here and across the river. So we'll see how much we get. Turn in is here. Let's bring it slowly round into the point here. I don't think I've been down to the animal dealer on this map yet. I think this is the first time. Right, I'm going to automatically unload all these straps because we'll get a single price at once. There we go. 13,011. We are nearly 10,000 back in the black. So back up to the farm. Yeah, we'll continue loading up silage bales as we got best price at the moment. And we will be able to get the cultivator going as well. Right, so while our other tractor is on the way back, we can get this started. We should be all right fuel-wise, I think. So where are we taking this tractor? We have 3 decent contracts. That seems to have... I'm going to take 15. It looks like it's got another 24 hours and 10 minutes on it. But yeah, we'll accept that contract. Okay. We've then got, yeah, 2 lower level contracts. I think we will take that. What have we got in harvesting at the moment? There's soybean harvesting. That is, we could get the combine out on that. That's got 34 hours on it. Yeah, I think we might get the combine out as well. So, cultivating contract on field 15. That has 24 hours left. So let's go and get that started. So the field we've got for the cultivator is this field here. Field 15. We haven't been on here for a long while, I don't think. Bring this up. And right, let's set a hired worker off on that. Can that safely unfold? Yes, it can. Right, off it goes, and earning us a bit of cash. Meanwhile, we have another load of silage bales to load up. Let's just double check that our price is still good. Yeah, we're still well above best price. We've got about another 12,000 to go, 56,000 litres. This is going to take another 2 loads of this trailer to get these all sold, because we only had 48,000 litres on the last lot. We don't need to go quite so high, though, as a result. We can probably get away with having a slightly less full trailer this time. And I think that would be a very good thing. So if I put these 2 on the top here, this should half the remaining bales we've got. Put that on top there like that. I'll back that off. Want to get this on here. Let's make it stay. Yeah, now I've got neither. Sometimes it just does not want to go on how you want it to go on. There we are. That lift up. And put those in the middle. Put a bit of pressure down and back out. There we go. Now, is that in the middle? Please let those be in the middle. They're a little bit lopsided, but I'm not fiddling about with that much more. We will just fasten this all down. And 1 more. There we go. And now we've got, yeah, a row of 3, a row of 3, and 2 more. Perfect. So we'll drop this. Turn that off. We'll jump in this. We're a much safer load this time. Yeah, 28,000 litres, exactly half of what we have left. This will go and give us a nice extra amount of money that we can spend on our farm. Silage is still a very powerful crop, or very powerful thing to produce in Farm Sim. You can earn a really decent amount of money per year. I mean, we're doing somewhere in the region of I think about 80,000 a year if we did the whole field. 3 cuts a year. That is really good. Yeah, it's between 60 and 80,000. I think we made about 25 to 30,000 off here is what we're looking at. So yeah, 3 cuts a year, you're looking at making a decent amount of, not a huge field, but not a small field either. And you get a couple of fields like that and you can make well over 100,000 a year and expand your farm very nicely just on silage. Then on top of that, you have a whole load of, if you can get 3 or 4 arable fields, you can make a decent amount of those as well. So silage definitely seems to be one of the strongest starting crops to have in Farm Sim. So tractor back up to the farm. Let's get this loaded up with the last set of bales, and that will finish our day off nicely. Our cultivator is only 25% of the way through, but that will continue into the next day, and we'll continue to bring in the cash for that. So really, it's just how much more are we going to make from the silage today? How high will that get us? And will we be able to put a couple of fish breeding ponds in next time? That would be very nice. That would start bringing us in some nice money from our fish breeding, and also we'll have to get some fertilizer onto our barley field in order to maximize that as well. Final 2 on the top, just fishing them there like that, and on they go. Yeah, not the neatest of stacking, but it will get the job done. And they are all on there, and I managed to not unwrap any of the bales this time. So I'm going to go and put this away, and then we'll come back. We'll grab that tractor and trailer, and we'll head down and get them sold. It's actually turned to be a way more profitable day than I'd expected today. We are £30,000 up for today, and that's before we sell these last lot of bales. So in with this last lot, and as with the first lot, I'm going to release the straps on all of these at the same time. 8,700, 9,400 off that. So yeah, we've made about 40,000 today in bales. That is amazing. That is absolutely incredible. It's about 36,000 actually, because we were only down about 4,000 when we started. So yeah, we are up about 36,000 on sold bales today. In fact, let's just stop here. We'll have a quick look at the finances. So we've made 10,000 from the 10,000 from our 5G tower. We've made 30,000 from the sold bales. That is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, well worth it. So 3 cuts a year of silage could earn us £90,000 a year. That is more than any other crop on a similar sized field. Absolutely incredible. So that sets us in some pretty good stead for next time. We are going to get some fertilizer on our barley field. We'll continue to earn a bit of money, I think, contract wise. In fact, we've got another 11,000 to come from the cultivating contract on field 15, which will continue into next time. For now though, this is where we'll leave it for now, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and drop us a comment. A huge thank you to all my patrons and channel members whose names are on screen now. Your support makes these videos possible. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the recommended video below, or subscribe and help us on the road to 50,000 subscribers. And I will see you next time.